If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2011 KTM Crossbow R. It's lightweight, agile, and has a reputation for handling tricky circuits, like the Seattle Reverse with finesse. The Radical SR3s are also strong contenders with their sporty design and power. But I think the KTM's combination of nimbleness and speed could give it the edge. The Norma M20FC looks impressive too, but endurance cars tend to struggle a bit in tight, twisty circuits. So, I'd put my chips on the KTM Crossbow R to come out on top. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the time to make that call. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your dream car before the race starts. Alright, so we've got the classic 2010 Global GT Light from Scuderia Veloce versus the more recent Norma M20F, driven by Archeron 192. The Global GT Light has its charm with some vintage flair, but the Norma is known for its serious speed and handling. On the Seattle Circuit Reverse, where tight corners and sharp turns are at a premium, I'd say the Norma probably has the edge, thanks to its more modern design and agility. But honestly, with AI racing, you never know if a little glitch or unexpected slip-up might shake things up. So I'd lean towards the Norma, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a surprise. It's all about the car's ability to handle those twists and turns effectively. Buffy 19 is climbing to 9th place. Engel McCringleberry and Buffy 19 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Kit Cross is advancing to 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 13th place now. Scuderia Veloce and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Jerova Kitten is sneaking into 15th. Inching closer to the pack. Bufaninitin and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Princess Wildface are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Buffini 19 advances to 8th place. Engel McCringleberry and Lian Yoshin are locked in a close fight for 9th. Jerova Kitten climbs to 14th. The reverse layout is shaking things up with tight corners favoring aggressive overtakes. It's making the race unpredictable and keeping the positions fluid. J. Cross is really having a tough time dropping to 17. Princess Wildface just moved up to 11th. Pippi Langstrump is right behind at 12th. Looks like Pippi and Princess Wildface are about to turn this into a real battle for 11th. Lian Yashin has climbed to 8th place. Cherokee Kitten and Pippi Langstrump are nose-to-nose for 12th. Archeroninha 92 is making a move up to 15th. Dale Earnhardt just gained one more spot and is now in 6th place. Looks like he's eyeing that top 5. Amy and Dale are nose-to-nose for 6th position, so that should be interesting to watch. Newts and Scuderia Veloce are also locked in a close fight for 15th, so plenty of action all around. Maya and Cheese and Dashauer are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Amy is sneaking up to 6th, inching closer. Pippi Langstrump is chipping away at Princess Wildface, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Buffini 19 is driving a Radical SR3 from 2019. They are currently in 10th place, making steady progress. Looks like they're quietly climbing up the ranks. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Buffini 18 is climbing up to 8. Hingle, McCringleberry and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 9. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place now. Lian Yashin and Hingle are nose-to-nose, fighting for that 9th spot. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 6th place. Princess Wildface is also moving up to 10. Looks like everyone's eager to make a move today. Cherokee Kitten is climbing 2 spots to 11th place. Lian Yashin and Cherokee Kitten are nose-to-nose for 11. Baycross is advancing 1 spot to 16. Archero 92 is really closing in on Pippi Langstrump, shrinking the gap by 2.2 seconds. Seiji Cross and Nuts are locked in a fierce duel for 15th place. The ultralights cars seem well matched for this reverse Seattle circuit, with close lap times indicating balanced performance. The track favors agility and quick handling, which these lightweight cars excel at. Maya is in 5th place with her KTM Crossbow R. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the top 2 yet. Pippi Langstrum's Radical SR3 is showing some serious speed with the fastest lap of 1 minute 54 seconds and 4:53 milliseconds. They're currently in the 13th place but are making a strong push with that quick lap time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because the reverse layout of a Kutama is known for its sharp turns and tight corners. You need a car that can stay glued to the road and respond quickly to sudden changes in direction. Acceleration is important too, but if the car can't handle those tricky curves, it's game over early. Overall, a car with good grip and nimbleness would have the best shot at conquering this reverse challenge. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage elegance versus raw racing power. The red Panda Manatee 4 with the 1952 Jaguar C-Type has that legendary British charm and agility, especially on a tricky reverse circuit like Okutama. But then again, nuts. With the 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa is all about speed and aerodynamic prowess, which might give it an edge in a straight line or fast turns. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Ferrari, just because of its reputation for blistering speed during that era. But don't underestimate the Jaguar's agility, especially on tight corners. It's going to be a close call, so grab your popcorn because this one might come down to who executes the perfect lap first. Alright folks, the race is underway at a Okutama reverse, and look at that, Maya is starting on pole in a 1956 Maserati 450. S classic car, classic speed. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Maya is leading the race, right now followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in second and SET Cross in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. La Roche is climbing fast into third place. Inigo Peña and Necrophantasm are still locked in a close fight for fifth. Amy has just moved up to ninth. Necrophantasm is on a roll, overtaking 17 cars to take the lead. Scuderia Veloce and Necrophantasm are nose to tail in a fierce fight for first place. La Roche and SGT Cross are locked in a close duel for third. Scuderia Veloce and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for the lead. Lian Yassin has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Pippi Langstrump and Indigopati are trading paint for 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is making a strong push, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ingo McCringleberry is also on the move, grabbing 13th place with a similar number of overtakes. Meanwhile, Scuderia Veloce and Necrophantasm are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Scuderia Veloce takes the lead, now in first place. La Roche climbs to second. SGT Cross moves into third. The top 3 are really mixing it up. Indigo Pete is now just a few seconds behind Lian Yashin. Looks like a potential overtake coming up. The Betty White show is inching closer to Axton Hits, so keep an eye on that jewel. Scuderia Veloce and Le Rashai are nose to nose for the lead. Indigo Pete just grabbed the 4th spot, climbing up the ranks. Axton Hits is also on the move, now 5th. Scuderia Veloce and Le Rashai are nose to tail for the lead. Newts has just overtaken someone to sit in 7th place. Red Panda Man 4 is also climbing now, in 8th position. Scuderia Veloce is now in 1st place. Sage Shade Cross has moved up to 2nd. Indigo Pete is in 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are jockeying for position. Who's going to make the next move? Necrophantasm is gaining on Dale Earnhardt fast, closing the gap by nearly 14 seconds. The Betty White show just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Newts is chipping away at Axton Hits, narrowing the distance by 2.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Red Panda Man 4, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 13th place. Darigaz is moving up to 14th place. Indigo Pete is really on the hunt for SGT Cross, now just over 2 seconds behind. Darigaz has sneaked up 1 spot to 13th place, making a move. The Betty White show is now in 3rd place. Axton Hits has moved into 4th. Newts is in 5th. Looks like everyone's climbing steadily. The Betty White show is closing in on SET Cross with a 2-second gain. Red Panda Man 4 has climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Naho Chaos has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Nuts has overtaken someone and is now in 4th place. Maya has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th position. Hippie Langstrom is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11. Red Panda Man 84 is closing in on Axton Hits, chipping away at the gap by 2.4 seconds. Necrophantasm is on the rise, grabbing the 9th spot. Red Panda Man 84 is closing in on Axton Hits, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. La Reche has gained 2 positions and is now in 13th. Necrophantasm is gaining on Mako Chaos, closing the gap by 15.6 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is inching closer to Darigaz, closing 3 seconds. Indigo Pete is catching up to La Rochelle, just over a second. Maya is now right behind Red Panda Man 94, closing the gap to just a car length. Lian Yashin is gaining on Amy, and the distance is shrinking fast. The Betty White show is gaining on SGT Cross and closing the gap fast. Necrophantasm is inching closer to Mahokaos, but not quite as aggressively. Mahokaos is driving a 1956 Maserati 450S. Their race looks rough with a slow lap time, and they're currently in 8th place. Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce on their victory at Okutama Reverse. Clearly, they know how to turn the tables and leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for taking the win. Well done on that impressive finish. And a big shout out to Nuts for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa, a true classic from the 1950s. Enjoy adding that beauty to your collection. The 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM might not be the most famous car in racing history, but it's pretty interesting because it's actually a bit of a rare bird. It was built for DTM racing, which is a super competitive German touring car series known for intense battles and high speeds. This little beast was more of a street version, giving car enthusiasts a taste of what it's like to have a race car for the road. Imagine turning your regular C-Class into a racing hero. Talk about living on the fast lane. Alright, we've got nuts in a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM and the chaotic weirdo in a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6. Both are classic cars, but we're talking about an Opel versus an Alfa Romeo here. The Opel Calibra DTM has a reputation for being solid on the track with good aerodynamics. But the Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6 is known for its sporty handling and lively engine. Considering Suzuka's challenging turns and high-speed sections, I think the Alfa Romeo's agility might give the chaotic weirdo a slight edge. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Opel will surprise us with some raw power. If I had to make a bet, I'd lean towards the Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6 sneaking ahead in the final lap. Alright everyone, the race is underway. Suzuka and our retro DTM Queen Li Alshin is starting in first place behind the wheel of a classic 1995 BMW. Alright, buckle up, this is going to be fun. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 5th place. The chaotic weirdo and Oxwolfie are locked in a close fight for 13th. Lebes 3 is inching up to 18th. The Hyper 7 is holding off Amy for the 11th spot. The chaotic weirdo just gained 1 position and is now in 13th. August Wolfie and the chaotic weirdo are nose to nose for the 13th place. Scuderia Velosa and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Matthew's Saurus Rex has climbed 1 spot to 19th. Dashauer has also gained 1 position, now 24th. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on SGT Cross, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The chaotic weirdo has moved up 1 spot to take 12. Lebes 3 has also moved up 1 spot to 17. Hingle, McCringleberry and Badazara are nose to nose for 8th place. Ovidus is sneaking up to 19th. High Mize and Just Pancakes are locked in a close fight for 20th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Budatsuro and Hingle are neck and neck for that 8th spot. The chaotic weirdo and Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hey Naide, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the race. Hope you're ready for some AI cars battling it out on the track. Sit tight and enjoy the chaos. Girl of Diamond is tearing through the field to take the lead. Just Panchakis is not far behind, climbing rapidly. Grampierf is making a strong push, overtaking a bunch of cars. Looks like a 3-way battle for the top spot. Hymize is driving a Subaru Legacy RS from 1990, and they're currently in the 21st spot. Looks like they're just hanging around, probably waiting for something to happen up front. Maya is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT-R Evo in the Retro DTM class. She's currently in 6th place, just ahead of the other BMW and behind the top 3. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite in the lead pack. Matthewsaurus Rex is gaining on JT Swishman 33, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Girl of Diamond is making a move on Chiesendashauer, inching closer with every lap. Hyunkli Joesho is driving a 1992 Citroën AX GTI, a lightweight and nimble car. They're currently in 25th place, so the race isn't exactly going their way, but at least they're still on the track. Plebis 3 just nudged into the 15th place. Lord Zakretsby and Plebis 3 are nose to tail, fighting for that spot. Lord Zakretsby is on a tear, climbing from way back to 1st place. Ogswolf Fate is making a strong push into the top 5. Plebis 3 is also on the rise, cracking the top 10. Things are heating up in the midfield. Grampy Yerf is making a bold move and now leading the race. Down Clisho is hot on his heels, both of them overtaking a ton of cars. Plebis 3 is having a rough time and falling behind, now in the middle of the pack. Heimitsa is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 19. Amy is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 12. Grampy Yerf is having a tough time, dropping 23 places to 24. Lord Zakretsby is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza in Group N. They're currently in the 16th place, slowly making their way through the pack with a best lap of 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Congratulations to Leon Yashin on winning the race at Suzuka. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow, Leon Yashin, you crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race, you really showed those AI cars who's boss. And a big shout out for snagging the fastest lap too. You totally earned that 1995 BMW M3 GTR, Evodo N. And to the other winners, Nuts, you won the bet race. So you get the 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Nice work there. And Hingle McCringleberry. You made the most overtakes today, so that's another Opel Calibra DTM heading your way. Looks like some serious bragging rights are in order for those cars. Great job, everyone! Sure. Did you know that the 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B, was built specifically for endurance racing, and was actually a pretty fierce competitor in the World Sports Car Championship? It was powered by a turbocharged V6 engine, which was quite advanced for its time. It's like the Swiss Army knife of racing cars from the 70s, full of surprises, and ready to take on long distances with style. Alright viewers, the race is underway at Mid-Ohio, and Nyby is starting on pole in a classic 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442BM. That's a bold choice for the front. Let's see if it can hold the pace. Dale Earnhardt has shot out in front, leading the pack. Daishide Cross is holding strong in second place, while Nyby is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Pippi Landstrup is climbing to fourth place. Nutz and Pippi are still neck and neck for that spot. Maya is advancing to 10th place. Maya and Scuderia Veloce are fighting hard for ninth. Mafia Mavi and Ready Zero Activa Vixen are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Cherogameresa just gained one spot, now sitting in 22nd. Due to Smokey Blunt and Cherogameresa are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Nutz is now in third place. Mafia Mavi has gained one spot and is in 15th. Ready Zero Activa Vixen and Mafia Mavia are nose-to-nose for 15th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th place. Evolution 954 has moved up to 17th. Vanone 1857 and Evolution 954 are locked in a close fight for 17. Newts is really taking a tumble down the order now at the back of the pack. Naibi's climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yasin is also making moves, now in 4th. Pippi Langström is driving a Porsche 936 from 1977. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is trying to hold off Amy for 8th place. Newts is closing in on Pero Gamerazak. The gap's shrinking fast. Amy just sneaked into 8th place. Newts is closing in on Shero Gamerazak, cutting the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Evolution 954 climbs to 15th place. Your Instinct also advances to 19th place. Zealand Fox 213 and Your Instinct are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Scuderia Veloce and Pippi Langström are nose to tail for 6th place. Nutz is slicing into Pero Gamerazak's lead, now just 2 seconds behind. Scuderia Veloce is now in 6th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for 9. Waifuana has climbed to 17. Maya advances 1 spot to 9th place. Your Instinct and Vanonen 1857 are locked in a close fight for 18th place. Newts is closing in on Shero Gamerazak, shrinking the gap by 2.1 seconds. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing to 19th place. Newts is catching up to Pero Gamerazak, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Daisy Shines is now in 10th. Jackshinda Box has moved up to 11. Evolution 954 is climbing to 14th place. Raditeroactiva Vixen is now 15th place. Waifuana is right behind in 16th place. Looks like Raditeroactiva Vixen and Waifuan are neck and neck for that 15th spot. Well, look at that. Dale Earnhardt just took the checkered flag. Guess he still knows how to leave everyone in the dust? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability, because Barcelona GP has a lot of tight turns and technical sections. It's all about being quick through the corners and maintaining good grip without sacrificing too much speed on the straights. Acceleration and braking are also important. But flexibility in those sharp turns is what really makes or breaks a good lap here. So, responsiveness and agility are the keys for this racetrack. Alright folks, you better pick your cars fast before the countdown hits 0. Don't leave me hanging here with all the good options. Time's almost out, so get those selections in. Alright, so we've got Rafael in the Williams and Adam Flash in the Aston Martin, both from 2022. The Williams is typically known for being a bit of an underdog, especially on a track like Barcelona, where handling and aerodynamics matter a lot. The Aston Martin, on the other hand, has shown some serious promise, and usually has the edge in terms of speed and stability. Given that, I'd put my chips on Adam Flash in the Aston Martin to take the win, but don't write off our Rafael just yet. The Williams might pull an upset if things go perfectly. It's going to be a fun race to watch, that's for sure. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Barcelona. The critical leg is on pole, zooming in with the 2022 McLaren MC L36. Let's see if they can hold that lead. The race kicks off with the critical leg leading the pack, followed closely by Mergozzo in second place and Scuderia Veloce holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Dishonored Fox is climbing fast into second place. Scuderia Veloce and Dishonored Fox are nose to tail for that second spot. J Wogi is inching up to 6. Looks like a small move, but every position counts. Tanguducky TTV is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Tanguducky TTV and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Seiche Cross has also gained 1 position, now in 6th. Mirgutsu is gaining on Tanguducky TTV, closing the gap by 1 second. Scorched Log has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Lian Yashin and Jay Boyogi are locked in a close fight for 8th place. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 12th place. Adam Flash is now in 24th. Josh Crashton is making a move to 25. Barcelona's tight corners and long straights are favoring cars with good aerodynamics and top speed. Overtakes are tricky, so positioning early is key. Nonstop is driving a AlphaTauri T03 and is currently in the 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Barcelona's tight corners and high-speed straights are favoring cars with good grip and aerodynamic efficiency, which explains the top positions for the McLarens and Ferraris. Maya is now in 14th place, closing the gap. Miku Broadcast and Maya are neck and neck for that spot. Meanwhile, the Goldnut and Miku Broadcast are fighting hard for 15th. Ronda 69 is climbing fast, now in 27th place after overtaking 3 cars. Captain Canadian and U20 plays are nose-to-nose for 23rd. Nuts is stuck at the back with a non-finished time. Probably out of the race or just hanging around. Looks like a rough day for that car. Dishonored Fox is closing in on the critical leg, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Owen Storm has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Rosaurus and Owen Storm are in a tight battle for 10th place. Dishonored Fox is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still trailing the leader by a good margin. Lian Yashin is driving a Mercedes W13 and is currently in 10th place. Her fastest lap is just under 1 minute 27 seconds. The race seems steady for her, not quite challenging for the lead, but holding her position well. Lokjung 7 is driving a 2022 AlphaTauri, a T03, and is currently in the 18th position. Their fastest lap is 1:26.829. The race seems to be a bit chaotic for them with no recent lap time, so they might be struggling or just holding position. Congratulations to the critical egg on winning the race. Looks like they really egged on their competition to the finish line. Well played. Wow, the critical egg really outdid themselves. Massive congratulations. They must have some secret sauce or maybe just really good luck today. Either way, they earned that victory. Can't wait to see if they can keep that streak going. Here's a fun fact for you. NASCAR racing cars are built to be incredibly safe and fast, but they still have to fit within strict rules to keep the racing close and exciting. For instance, even though they look super sleek and modern, the cars actually resemble production cars quite a bit, but with some serious upgrades. And get this, the engines are so powerful they can almost outrun a cheetah in a sprint. Well, maybe not quite, but they sure can make a lot of noise and shake the ground. Alright, folks, considering the race on Auto Club Speedway and the cars involved, this should be interesting. The 2017 Toyota Camry driven by Rosaris has a reputation for reliability and a decent dose of speed, especially on the straights. Meanwhile, Amy's 2017 Ford Fusion is no slouch either, but it's often more comfortable as a family sedan than a race car. My money's on Rosaris, mainly because the Camry setup tends to favor acceleration and steady handling. But hey, surprises happen all the time in these AI races, so don't be shocked if Amy's Fusion pulls off a sneaky good finish. Either way, I'm ready to see some virtual asphalt burn. Alright everyone, Nuts is taking the lead from pole position driving a 2017 Chevrolet SS at Auto Club Speedway. Looks like they've got the early advantage, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Nuts is taking an early lead. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Dale Earnhardt is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Safety Cross is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 20. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to the front, now in second place. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a showdown. Jordan F. is making a move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Figueroa Sport is on a roll, jumping 5 spots to 13. Safety Cross is also climbing, overtaking 4 cars to reach 16. D Factor is charging through the field, now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail, fighting for second. Lord Buttrell just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Lord Buttrell and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 3rd. Dank Nuggins is right behind Lord Buttrell, both fighting for that 4th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 2nd place. Lord Buttrell and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting hard for 3rd. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up 2 spots to 6th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Dank Nuggins are battling for 5th. Hingo McCringleberry is making a move to the front of the pack. Dank Nuggins and Shototo Doroka 39 are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lian Yashin is climbing up 2 spots to 6th. She's now in a close fight with Shototo Doroka 39 for 5th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 2nd place. Nuts and Dale are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin is advancing to 5th, inching closer to the front. Shototo Doroka 39 is climbing to 5th place. Lian Yashin and Shototo Doroka 39 are neck and neck for that spot. Rosauers is making a move up to 7th place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 5th place. She's now in a tight duel with Lord Batril for 4th. Jordan F is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 4th place. She's now battling closely with Nuts for 3rd. Lord Buttrell and Lian are also fighting for that same spot, so things are getting pretty crowded up front. Lian Yashin and Nuts are neck and neck for 3rd place. Shototo Doroka 39 and Lord Buttrell are fighting hard for 5th. Jordan F and Rosaurus are locked in a close duel for 7th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 3rd place. Nuts and Lian are battling hard for that spot. Rosaurus is making a move up to 6th place. Nuts and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 3rd place. Rosaurus and Lord Batril are locked in a close fight for 5th. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 10th place, inching closer to the top 10. Nuts and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 3rd place. Rosaurus and Lord Batril are locked in a close fight for 5th. Jordan F is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Nuts is climbing up to 3rd place. Lian Yashin and Nuts are nose to nose for 3rd. Lord Batril and Lian Yashin are battling it out for 4th. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congrats on taking home the victory. That was an incredible race to watch. Looks like all that practice paid off. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's got that historic racing pedigree and a reputation for speed and agility that could give the others a run for their money. Plus, it just sounds fancy enough to dominate the reverse circuit. The rest are pretty snazzy too, but I think the 300 SLR might just have a little extra edge on this tricky track. That's quite the vintage showdown. Yasmin 196 in the classic Jaguar C-Type should have some serious agility on that reverse circuit. Those old Jaguars are known for their handling and speed in tight corners. On the other hand, Scuderia Veloce in the Maserati 450C is packing a bit more raw power and big style. If the race leans heavily on quick turns and agility, I'd say Yasmin 196 might have the edge. But if straight line speed and power dominate, the Maserati could surprise us. Honestly, I'm just excited to see these classics duke it out. Let's see which one ages like fine wine, and which one just blinks first. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Indianapolis Motor Reverse. Amin Zanan on pole. Cruising in a classic 1956 Aston Martin DBR 1 on T. Let's see if vintage can outpace the future today. Aminsan has taken an early lead, with Willow Shrub right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is currently holding on to third, but don't blink or you'll miss some shuffling at the front. Shoto Todoroki 39 is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 14. Willow Shrub is holding on to the lead, now in first place. Aminsan and Willow Shrub are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amundsen just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Scuderia Veloce and Prodigy Place 58 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Prodigy Place 58 is trying to squeeze past Nuts for 6th place. Wolf's Light and Dale Earnhardt are nose to tail for 12th. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 3rd. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 7th place. Vendale. Il est magician. Il est new Passion the Kershit. Bendito Zera. Pardon the kill. And Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 8th. Imogen Tempos and Yasmin 196 are fighting for 10th. ZK Cross is climbing up to 8th place. Wolf's Light is also moving up to 11th. Imogen Tempos and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for 11th. Imogen Tempus and Wolf's Light are neck and neck for 11th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just gained 1 spot and is now in 13th. Dale Earnhardt and Shoto Todoroki 39 are also fighting hard for the 13th spot. Wolf's Light just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Yasmin 196 and Wolf's Light are nose to tail for that 10th place. Dale Earnhardt is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 12. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Nudes is right behind Pippi Langstrumpf, just 2 seconds apart. Seacross is climbing up to 7th place, making a nice move. Ingo McCringleberry and Willow Shrub are nose-to-nose for third place. Scuderia Veloce is inching up to 7th, grabbing that spot from SGT Cross, who's not giving up easily. to 7th place. Wolf's Light is gaining on Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. XAX Natit and Shatota Duroke 39 are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Wolf's Light and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 9th place. Alex XAA is climbing 2 spots to 13. Imogen Tempos and Shoto Todoroke 39 are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Amy is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Wolf's Light has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, cutting the gap to 1 second. Alexina Xetinet is climbing nicely to 12th place. Maya is also making progress to 17th place. Newts just overtook Pippi Langstrom and is now in 5th place. They're nose-to-nose in that battle for 5th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place. Imogen Tempus and Lian Yoishin are nose-to-nose for 15th. Alex Nati is racing a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. They're currently in the 12th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady run, but needs a bit more speed to climb higher. Legendary Yorni Kedem Sekwas just snuck into 6th place. Nuts and Seshi T-Cross are nose to tail for that position. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wow, Amundsen really pulled off the impossible again. Looks like they're unstoppable at Indianapolis Motor Reverse. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amundsen took home the victory. Congratulations. That was a really exciting race. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a beautiful 1956 Maserati 450S. I hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Stay tuned everyone, more racing chaos coming up. Sure. Did you know that prototypes from the 1970s were basically the dream cars of their time? They were built to be the ultimate testbeds for innovation, with cutting-edge aerodynamics and lightweight materials. It's like they were the racing world's version of experimental art projects, pushing limits in style and speed all at once. They really knew how to make racing look like science fiction back then. Oh, this is a classic rivalry right here. The 1971 Porsche 917 LH, driven by me, is known for its high speed and agility, especially in reverse. Pippi Langstrumpf, with the 1970 Porsche 917K, is no slouch either, but maybe a tad more balanced. It's a tough call, but I'd say I've got the edge with that extra bit of racing DNA. Still, Pippi might surprise us with some clever moves. Let's see which of these legendary machines takes the victory on Tor Poznan Reverse. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Tor Poznan Reverse. Leon Yashin is starting on pole in a sleek 1970 Ferrari 512S. Let's see if her classic beauty can hold the lead. Inge Kringleberry and Dale Earnhardt are neck and neck for 4th place. Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Sassatur and Amy are battling hard for 8th. Inge Kringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Inge Kringleberry and Seshi T. Cross are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 6th. Sassatur and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Mirgutsu and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Alan 656 is climbing up 1 spot to 21st. Alan 656 and Nedielev are battling for 20th, with Alan trying to make a move. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to take 6th place. Nuts and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for that spot. Sassatur is climbing up to 8th place. Alan 656 just overtook someone to move up to 20th place. Ideally and Alan 656 are nose-to-nose for 20th place. Singoshi and Nexaromoval are battling hard for 22nd place. Toadette TV and Flanky Frankie are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Ixnobotixel is gaining ground, climbing 1 spot to 17. Singoshi is on the move, advancing 2 spots to 21. Sassatura is climbing to 7th place. Spear-like Hail is now in 11. Toadette TV has moved into 13. Nuts has just overtaken someone to move up to 7th place. Sasatura and Nuts are now nose to tail for 7th. Pippi Langstrump and Spear Like Hail are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Sasatura is advancing to 7th. Someone is making a move to 24th. Take Cross is climbing up to 3rd place. Sasatur and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose for 6th. Toadette TV and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya is battling to catch up after dropping 12 places to 22. Nuts is climbing steadily into 7th. Spear Like Hail is also making progress, now in 10th. The gap is shrinking fast between the leader and Nexaramoval. Someone's definitely pushing hard. Maya is having a rough time and has dropped 7 places. Ixtekelanone is climbing up nicely, gaining 1 spot to sit in 22nd. The prototype's 1970 cars are dominating with fast lap times and top positions, especially on this reverse layout. The track seems to favor their agility and speed, giving them an edge over the vintage Trans Am cars which are struggling to keep up. Sasatur is climbing to 7th place. Someone is advancing to 23rd. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 4th place. Newts is also moving up 1 spot to 7. Sasatura and Nuts are nose to tail fighting for 7th place. Dale Earnhardt and Seshiti Cross are nose to tail for 3rd place. Newts and Scuderia Veloce are also locked in a close fight for 6th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 3rd place. Sasatur is making a move to 7th. I am closing in on Slipslide Daming, shrinking the gap by 1.3 seconds. Alright. The 2018 Morgan Plus 6 is basically a throwback to the classic roadsters of the past, but with a modern twist. It's powered by a BMW engine, which means it's got some of that Bavarian engineering behind its charming handcrafted wooden accents. Just imagine cruising in something that looks like it rolled right out of a vintage film, but handles like a modern sports car. Honestly, it's like driving a piece of art that also happens to be surprisingly quick. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get on it. The countdown is almost done, and those engines are revving up. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. Get your picks in before it's too late. Hey Raintrain94! Glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some AI cars racing right now, so buckle up and enjoy the high-speed chaos. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. On one side we have Amy cruising in a Lamborghini Murcielago SV, which is a pretty beastly supercar known for its raw power and aggressive style. On the other side, we've got unknown Tactiz in an Audi RS3 Sportback, a smaller, turbocharged hatchback that's quick but more about agility than straight-up muscle. Given the Seattle circuit reverse with its tricky corners and elevation changes, I'd probably lean toward Amy's Lamborghini to dominate the straightaways and high-speed sections. But don't count out unknown Tactiz just yet. If they manage to navigate the twists and turns with precision, they could surprise us. My gut says Amy's supercar might just take the win, but this one's definitely going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Seattle Circuit Reverse, and Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole in a 2019 Radical S3. Looks like he's got the inside line, so let's see if he can hold that lead against these vintage speed demons. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 2 spots. Bjorn Art and SGT Cross are locked in a close fight for 5th. Rex Nserar has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is making her way to 14th. Looks like Dale's on the move, while Amy's still finding her groove. Newts is driving a 2012 Ferrari California, known for its convertible style and decent speed. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or moves so far. Maya just overtook Hingle Me Kringleberry for second place. They're still nose to tail. Lian Yashin has gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Scuderia Veloce is running a 2019 Radical SR3. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 14th place with no major moves yet. Botgamoning is now in 5th place. They Kos is right behind, and they're battling hard for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race in a Radical SR3, a lightweight and agile track-focused car. Looks like they're holding on to the front spot pretty comfortably so far. Wayne 94 is leading in a 2014 Infiniti Q50 Eau Rouge, a modern street car known for its sporty performance. Looks like he's got a comfortable lead and is setting the pace, but the race is still wide open. Lian Yashin has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Amy and Alex Nathid are nose to nose for 11. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 8th place. Bjorn Art and Dale are nose to nose for that spot. Scuderia Veloce is inching closer to the top 15. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to make a move. Amy and LXCUCIXNT are still locked in that tight fight for 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is sneaking up to 13th, inching closer. Scorched Log is also making progress, now 14. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and I are nose to nose for 2nd. Amy is climbing up to 11th. Amy is gaining on Rex Nerer, closing the gap to just under a second. They are fighting hard for 10th place. Scorched Log and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 13th. Botgamoning is in 8th place, driving a 2022 Lotus Emira S. Their fastest lap is a solid 27.301. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top contenders. Dale Earnhardt is in 8th place with a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4R. He's currently the slowest on the track with a lap time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Seike Cross is chipping away at Botgamoning's lead, closing in by over a second. Lian Yashin is right behind, narrowing the gap by a second as well. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 12, leaving her previous spot behind. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Unknown Tactics is narrowing the gap to Nuts by a little over a second and a half. Wow, Wayne 94 really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of the Seattle circuit reverse now. Well done. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4, you did an incredible job winning the race. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. And look at that, you also snagged the fastest lap. That's some serious skill. You definitely deserve that sleek 2014 Infiniti Q50 Eau Rouge. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You earned that stunning 2010 Lamborghini Murcielago SV. Nice work, both of you. Who knew AI cars could be so competitive? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ruapuna Park has some tight corners and chicanes that require nimble cars to navigate quickly. Speed is fun, but if the car can't stick to the curves without losing control, it's not going to win here. So, a good balance of grip and maneuverability would be my top priority. Oh wow, a battle of the classics? The Ferrari 312 is famous for its speed and agility, especially for its time. But don't forget, the Cooper T81B has some surprises up its sleeve with its lightweight chassis and nimbleness. It's like choosing between a sleek Lion and a quick Fox. Honestly, I'd give the edge to nuts with that Ferrari because it's built for speed and probably has some serious power under the hood. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry and his Cooper, because in the right hands, that little car can be surprisingly quick around a tricky track like Ruapuna Park. My bet's on nuts, but this race could really throw us a curveball. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ruapuna Park, and it's nuts on pole, cruising in a classic 1967 Ferrari 312. Looks like we're in for a vintage showdown. Newts is leading the pack, Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second, and Orange Funk is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Scuderia Veloce is now in third place. Orange Funk and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for that spot. Lian Yashin has climbed to ninth place. Thay Sake Cross is making a move up to fourth place. Hippie Langstrom and Orange Funk are nose to nose for fifth. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing to ninth. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to fifth place. Dr. Felix is also gaining ground, now in seventh. Lanky Frankie and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for seventh. Dale Earnhardt is driving a Ferrari 312, starting from the 14th position. Looks like he's making some progress but still has a lot of ground to cover. Pippi Langstrup is making a move up to 4th place. Zaytros and Pippi are nose-to-nose fighting for that 4th spot. Blanky Frankie is climbing to 7th place, one position at a time. Pippi Langstrup and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Frankie just sneaked up one spot to 6th. Lian Yeshin and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 8th. Pippi Langstrup is now in 3rd place, climbing one spot. K Cross has also moved up one spot into 4th. The battle between Scuderia Veloce and SCT Cross for 4th place is heating up with no clear leader yet. Orange Funk is driving a Matra M7, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Scuderia Veloce is driving a McLaren M5AA. They started in 4th and are currently in 6th, so they're holding steady but not making big moves. Blanky Frankie just overtook someone to move up to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce is right behind, so this battle for 5th is about to get interesting. Seachtae Cross just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup and Seachtae Cross are nose-to-tail fighting for that same spot. Lian Yashin and Scuderia Veloce are also locked in a close scrap for 6th. Dr. Felix is driving a Lotus 49, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so the race isn't looking too hot for them right now. Dr. Felix is driving a Lotus 49, which is known for its aerodynamics and handling. Currently, he's in 10th place, but his lap time suggests he's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Scuderia Veloce is driving a McLaren M5A. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap of over 1:32. They're currently in 7th place, so not quite in the hunt for the podium. Dr. Felix is driving a Lotus 49, currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Lian Yashin just gained one spot and is now in 6th place. Lian Yashin and Flanky Frankie are nose-to-nose for 5th. Dr. Felix and Orange Funk are locked in a close fight for 8th. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Pippi Langstrup and Lian are still nose-to-nose for that 4th spot. Dr. Felix X has climbed one position to 8th. Willow Shrub is driving a Matra M7, currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:32.6, so they're holding a decent pace but still a few spots behind the leaders. Wow, nuts. Really outpaced everyone and took the top spot. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, Nuts really pulled off a victory. Congratulations on winning the race. You drove like a true champion. And let's not forget the exciting news about the cars. Newts, you also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim that beautiful 1967 Ferrari 312. That's a classic for a reason. Lienyetishin, you're the queen of overtakes today. That's impressive. You can now claim the 1967 Cooper T81B. Great job on the aggression and skill. Keep those engines roaring. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the circuit Paul Armagnac, I would probably go with the 1973 Porsche 911 RS. It's known for its exceptional handling and racing pedigree. Plus, it's the kind of classic that could surprise you with its agility, even among these vintage beasts. So, I'd put my money on the Porsche to navigate those tricky turns and get to the finish line first. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it, or forever hold your peace. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before the AI takes control and we see some wild choices. Hey Wayne94, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now, so sit back and enjoy the show. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? Maya's Maserati comes in is sleek and elegant, probably nimble around the corners. Pippi's Chevrolet El Camino SS, on the other hand, is more of a muscle car, likely packing a punch in the straightaways. Given the circuit's mix of tight turns and open stretches, I think Maya's car might have the edge with its agility. But don't count out Pippi's muscle power to smash through the straights and possibly overtake. It'll come down to how well each driver maneuvers their classic beast. My bet is on Maya with the Maserati, but this one's definitely a close call. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Circuit Paul Armagnac, and Dale Earnhardt, yes, the legendary Dale Earnhardt, is starting on pole in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. If history has taught us anything, it's that this old school muscle car means business, even if it's a little slower compared to today's tech. Let's see if the past can still take the lead. Dale Earnhardt has shot off the line and taken the lead. Darrigas is right behind him in second place. Wayne 84 is holding strong in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Darigaos just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Lian Yeshin is now in third place, inching closer. The fight for second between Lian and Dale Earnhardt is heating up. Looks like a close one. Hishink is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Flinchiakot 1 is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 4th. Flinchiakot 21 and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a battle to watch. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 4th place. Nudes has moved up to 7th and is now battling Zots Fired for that position. Zumboard Boy just sneaks into 8th place. Hishing climbs to 12th. Amy advances to 14th. Looks like everyone's playing the game of musical chairs. Emerald Tick 398 just moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Zots Fired are nose to nose for the 9th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Emerald Tick 398 are also fighting it out for 10th. Darigaos is leading in a vintage Maserati Kamsin from 1972. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably, but with the race still ongoing, anything can happen. Wayne Trinity 4 and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 12. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 11th. Vinchieko 21 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Lian Yashin and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Emerald Tick 398 is inching up into 8th. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is right behind her, both battling for that spot. Lian Yashin and Wayne Trinity 4 are nose to tail. Zumboard Boy has gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Emerald Tick 398 and Zumboard Bowie are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Emerald Tick 398 is really having a tough time falling back 11 spots to 21st. Nuts is climbing up 1 spot to 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up 1 spot to 10th. Lian Yashin and Flinchiakot 21 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Zumboard Boy just sneaked into 7th, inching closer to the top. Wayne Trinity 4 and Lan Yoshin are neck and neck for 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Well, look at that. Darigos took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Darigos. You really drove everyone into the dirt. Congrats on taking the win. That was a race to remember. And huge applause to Pippi Langstrumpf who won the bet race. You get to take home that shiny 1970 Chevrolet El Camino. SS vintage street cars are always a solid choice. Also, Amy, you were the queen of overtaking today. Claim your prize, a 1971 Ford Falcon XYG THO. With all those moves, you definitely earned it. Great racing all around. Alright everyone, time is almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you get your choices in before the countdown ends or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the showdown. Pippi Langstrumpf definitely has the charm in that old Toyota Corolla. But let's be honest, it's not exactly a speed demon. The Opel Corsa 1600 on the other hand, is a bit more agile and sporty. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean toward Hingle McCringleberry sneaking ahead just because that Opel's likely to handle those twists and turns much better. Pippi might have a nostalgic advantage, but I don't see her holding off the sleeker Opel. So, I'd put my money on Hingle pulling off the win here. But hey, anything can happen when AI is involved, right? Alright folks, the race is underway at Mont Tremblant. GP alternate reverse. And leading the pack is the Nuts Class car, a classic 2006 BMW 320 Si, right on pole. Let's see if it can hold its ground against the new wave of AI racers. Newts has shot off the line to take the lead. Lian Yashin is holding strong in second. And Pippi Langstrumpf is hanging tight in third. Looks like a close battle already brewing behind them. Hingle McCringleberry is now in third place, climbing one spot. Dale Earnhardt has moved up to 5th place, also gaining 1 spot. Amy is now in 7th place, making her way up 1 spot as well. Pippi Langstrom is holding a narrow lead over Hingle McCringleberry for 3rd place. Amy is making a move and has just overtaken someone to climb into 7th. Amy and I are nose to nose for 6th place. This is getting interesting. Amy and Maya are neck and neck for 6th place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 9th place. Lithocarp is making a move to 14th. Lithocarp and Mr. Roche are battling for 13th. Lithocarp is climbing up to 13th place. Madjako Bleich is making his way to 17th place. Wauxibi is sneaking into 18th place. Lithocarp's car is a 2015 Renault Clio 4 RS Cup Tata. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite climbing the charts yet. Looks like a steady race for now. LXCLX and Mati is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla, currently in the 20th place. Looks like a steady but slow start. Not quite making moves yet. Segate Cross just overtook Scuderia Veloce for 9th place. They're still nose to tail, so expect more fireworks soon. La Roche is in the 17th place with a 2003 Peugeot 206R. See, looks like she's stuck behind some traffic but still hanging in there. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 4th place. Wauxibi and Anja Kableich are locked in a close fight for 17th. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 4th place. Wauxibi is climbing fast, now in 16th. Madjako Bleich and Le Roche are locked in a close fight for 17th. Dale Earnhardt is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy is catching up to me, shrinking the gap by a full second. Ovidos is also on the move, closing in on Sedamujijames by a second and a half. Scuderia Veloce just overtook someone to move into 9th place. CJ Cross and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail, fighting for 9th. Lithocarp is closing the gap on Ovidus, getting closer with every lap. Say Cross has climbed to 9th place. Wauxibi is now in 15th. Rusna Palm 6 has moved up to 18th. Madjako Bleich is in a 2014 Abarth 500 Assetto course. He's currently in the 17th spot, struggling a bit with the pace, a couple of seconds behind the leaders. Lithocarp's driving a 2015 Renault Clio 4 RS Cup. which is a lightweight, nimble car. They're currently in 15th place, just behind some faster cars, and their lap time suggests they're struggling a bit compared to the leaders. Wow, just like that, Nuts takes the victory. Guess they really know how to turn the tables. Well, look at that. Newts took the checkered flag, and I gotta say congratulations on that win. You really drove like a champion. Now, for those claiming cars, if you're feeling lucky, you can snatch up a 26 BMW 320 SI for the fastest lap. So maybe keep your eye on the prize. Ingela Kringleberry, you won the bet race, so that means a 2004 Opel Corsa 1600 is yours to claim. And Dale Earnhardt, you were the master of overtakes, so a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta is calling your name. Nice work all around, folks. Here's a fun fact about the 23 Dodge Viper's RT10. It's powered by a massive 8.3-liter V10 engine that produces around 500 horsepower. That means this car can go from 0 to 60 in just about 4 seconds. Pretty impressive for a car that looks like it's straight out of a racing video game, right? Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move before the selection window closes. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your favorite machine in this epic AI race. Wow, what an interesting matchup. Cheer for 983s. Corvette 7ZX is definitely a powerhouse with modern tech and street cred, but the Saleen 7 is no slouch either. The 7 is older, but it's a wild card with its raw, exotic vibe. Honestly, I'd guess the Corvette might have the edge in acceleration and handling on this track. But don't count out the 7's raw speed if it gets the grip right. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on Tri93's Corvette just barely edging out the Saleen. We'll see if the AI engines agree. Alright folks, the race is on at Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse, and Nuts is leading the pack in a 2007 Lamborghini Reventon. Looks like he's got that vintage flair up front. Let's see if he can keep it there. Notes has shot off the line and taken the lead. Nonstop is holding strong in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Kate Cross is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rusnapamzix is having a tough time, dropping 6 spots to 18. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Nonstop is climbing to 2nd place. Trifanunity 3 is making a move to 4th. Joan Wolf is advancing to 7th. Wayne Train 94 is climbing up to 5th place. Trifa 93 and Wayne Train 94 are nose to tail for 4th. Plebis 3 is making a move, now in 8th. Maya is dropping back to the 17th place. Trifa 93 is climbing to 3rd. Wayne Train 94 is moving up to 4th. Scuderia Veloce just climbed to 10th place. Looks like they're on the move. Pippi Langstrom and SGT Cross are nose to nose for 12th. This could get interesting. Zakakos is climbing 1 spot to 11th place. Lian Yeshin is gaining 2 spots, now in 14th. Amy and Lian Yeshin are nose to nose for 14th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 12th place. Lian Yeshin is now 13. I am closing in on Rusnapamzix, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Wayne Train 94 is climbing fast into 2nd place. Scuderia Veloce and NR Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 9. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 11th place. Dale Earnhardt is advancing to 13th place, both making small moves in the race. Rusnapamzix is closing in on Natural Yulin Lucky fast, just 7.8 seconds behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Scuderia Veloce is making a move into 8th. Pippi Langstrom is gaining ground on Alma Pinkwolf, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. They're locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Dale Earnhardt is creeping closer to SGT Cross, chipping away at the gap like a kid with a cookie. They're battling for the 12th spot, and it's getting spicy. Maya is hot on Rusnapamzix's tail, closing in fast. Wayne Train 94 is closing in on Nuts and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Trifa 93 is climbing up to 3rd place. Plebis 3 is making a move up to 7th place, gaining 2 spots. Scuderia Veloce and Joan Wolf are nose to tail for 8th place. Naturally Lucky is chipping away at Amy's lead now, just 1.4 seconds behind. Scuderia Veloce just sneaked into 8th place. Looks like they're on the move. Lin Yeshin and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 13th. No room for error there. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 6th place. Joan Wolf and Scuderia Veloce are still neck and neck for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on DJ Lone Wolf, cutting the gap by over a second. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 1st place. Scuderia Veloce has climbed to 8th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 10th. Wow, just what we expected from the reigning champion. Congratulations on the win, Nuts. Looks like you're still the one to beat. Wow, Wayne Trin 94, you really crushed it out there. Congratulations on winning the race and snagging the fastest lap. A 2016 Pagani Huayra BC is quite the prize, so enjoy those sleek streets in style. And to Scuderia Veloce, excellent job on the overtakes. You definitely earned that 2015 Aston Martin Vulcan. It's a beast, just like your driving skills today. Great effort from both of you. Alright everyone, last call. Make your picks now before the timer runs out and your favorite car gets left behind. Don't say I didn't warn you if your choice doesn't make it. Alright, we've got Pippi Langstrom in a 1993 Toyota Eagle Mark III, and Nuts in a 1988 Toyota 88 CV. Both classic choices, but very different racing personality. The Eagle MKE is known for its balanced handling and strong performance, especially in endurance races, whereas the 88C Thief is more of a raw, aggressive car with a bit of a speed boost in the turbo-charged versions. Given the speed and agility of the Eagle MKE, I think Pippi might have the edge in this race. But Nuts' car isn't exactly a slouch, especially if it gets the turbo working just right. It's going to be a close call, but I'd put my chips on Pippi for the win here unless Nuts pulls out some surprising speed. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grand Valley Speedway, and leading the pack is Leon Yashin, in a classic 1985 Lancia LC22. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to it with that vintage flair. Leon Yashin is leading the race. Dale Earnhardt is right behind her in second, and Seishi Tross is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle, McCringleberry and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for fourth place. Newts is climbing up to 8th. Nature Unlucky and Athena CNC are locked in a close fight for 12th. Belthanity Beast is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Dave Factor is inching forward, taking the 13. Mutwolf is also on the rise, now in 14. Aerotech climbs to 17th place. Franquity advances 2 spots to 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Toyota 88 CV from 1988. Jive C. Looks like he's holding 4th place. Not bad for a vintage ride. His race seems steady but not leading the pack. Double is driving a Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994. Looks like they're stuck in the back, sitting in 17th place, probably wishing for a bit more speed. The Group C cars are dominating with top positions, likely thanks to their speed and handling on Grand Valley Speedway. Retro DTM cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the track layout or car performance differences. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 4th. Newts is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Newts is really pushing to catch Scuderia Veloce. Rukimiriki just overtook 2 cars to reach 9th place. Athena CNC also gained 2 spots, and is now in 10th. Franquity is closing in on Pippi Langstrom with a 5.8 second gap. Newts is climbing up to 5th place. Double is making a move, now in 13th place after gaining 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Toyota 88 CV from 1988. Looks like he's holding a solid 4th place, probably enjoying a smooth ride. No drama so far. Amy is gaining on Aerotech, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Godadzero is right behind Franquetti, looking for an opportunity to overtake. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy is chipping away at Aerotech's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Godadzero is narrowing the distance to Franquetti by 1.1 seconds. Notes is driving a Toyota 88 CV and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:53.635. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 15. Pippi Langström is closing in on Aerotech, chopping a 2nd and a 10th off the gap. They're nose to tail for 16th place. Amy is gaining on Belthane Thibist, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing 1 spot to 16. Maya is watching Amy close in on Belthane Thibist, the gap shrinking quickly. Franquetti's gaining on Aerotech, closing the distance by a 1.5 seconds. Godadzero and Franquetti are nose to tail for the 18th spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Congratulations, Liam. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow! Big congratulations to Leon Yashin for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive race and you really drove away with the victory. Now, a shout out to Dale Earnhardt for snagging the fastest lap. That's quite the achievement and a perfect reason to claim that sleek 1989 Nissan or 89. See nuts. You've earned it as well. Winning the bet race and claiming a classic 1988 Toyota 88 CV. And of course, a round of applause to Maya for making the most of her tours. That's no easy feat, and that means great racing all around, and I can't wait to see what happens next. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now before the time runs out. Don't want to miss out on the fun, do we? Get those selections in and let's see which AI racer takes the checkered flag. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. Hingle McCringleberry in the 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Sounds like a serious contender with that sleek design and racing pedigree. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf driving a 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo might just have the edge with that iconic Porsche engineering, especially on a track like Autumn Ring, which can favor nimbleness and precision. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Pippi pulls ahead early and keeps that lead. But Hingle could certainly surprise us if the Lola manages to leverage its aerodynamics and power. It's a close call, but I'd probably lean slightly towards Pippi with the Porsche. Let's see if that gut feeling holds true. Alright folks, Scuderia Veloce is kicking things off in pole position with a classic 1999 Audi R8C. Looks like they're ready to set the pace on this autumnal track. Let's see if that old school beast can hold on to the lead. The race kicks off with Scuderia Veloce taking the lead, followed closely by me in second place and SET Cross holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time now, sitting in 21st place. Lian Yashin and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf has made a move up one spot into 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is on a tear, climbing from the back to take the lead. Maya and Hingle are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Scuderia Veloce and Maya are locked in a close duel for second place. SET Cross is making a bold move to take the lead. Jordan F is on a charge, climbing through the field impressively. That battle between Scuderia Veloce and Maya for second place is heating up. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 5th place. Lian Yashin is now in 6th, and Amy is sneaking into 7th. Looks like everyone's making moves today. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on the top 10. Mission Man is making a small climb to the 11th spot. Lux Ravenous is now in 10th place, climbing one spot. Mission Man and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail fighting for 10th. Bezitsard Wu has also gained one position and is now in 16th. Mission Man is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Mission Man are nose to tail for 8. Ishta Husky is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 12. Lian Yashin and Amy are neck and neck for 6th place. Sira Aurelia is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Sira Aurelia and Nuts are fighting hard for 10th. Scuderia Veloce is climbing to 2nd place. Mission Man is now in 7th. Mission Man and Amy are nose to tail for 6th. Mission Man is climbing steadily to 6th place. Aurelia is making a charge, moving up 2 spots to 10th. Nuts and Aurelia are nose to nose for 10th. Things are heating up there. Hippie Langstrup is climbing up to 8th place now. She's got Leon Yoshin breathing down her neck in that tight battle for 8. Meg's Born Life is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 14th. She's locked in a close fight with Fish the Husky for 13th. Wolf's Light just made a big move up to 6th place. Amy and Mission Man are nose to nose for 7th. Luxor Avenus and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 12. Bazinitz Argu is on a roll, climbing from way back to 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Hippie Langstrup is making a move, now in 8th, slowly catching up. Sikshas is now in 1st place. Maya is in 2nd. Scuderia Veloce is in 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are changing positions again. Meg's Boring Life just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Fish the Husky and Meg's Boring Life are nose to tail for 11. Jordan F is closing in on Base Nazatsu, shrinking the gap by over a second. Figureta Sport is driving a 2012 Nissan GT-R GT3 and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is 1:30.747, which suggests they're holding a steady pace but not making much headway. Maya is closing in on SGT Cross with a 2.1 second gap pot. Nuts has climbed up to 8th place. Aurelia is now in 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960 from 2009. Looks like their race is not going well with a lap time of over 1 minute 40 seconds, way off the pace. Scuderia Veloce is closing in on Maya with a 1.8 second gap. Nuts has climbed 1 spot to 7th. Nuts and the Yashin are locked in a tight fight for 6th place. Wow, Sechitwas, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Guess the others were just running for 2nd place. Wow, Sexty Cross really pulled it off. Congratulations, you must be feeling pretty good about that win. And for those car claims, hats off to everyone. Sexty Cross, with the fastest lap, you get a 1999 Toyota GT 1TS 020. That's a classic, so I hope you're ready to race in style. Hingle McCringleberry. Winning the bet race means you earned yourself a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Way to seal the deal, bet master. And Dale Earnhardt making the most overtakes? That's some serious aggressive racing. You get a 2001 Cadillac Northstar All-Me. Nice work, everyone! Alright folks, you better make your pick fast, because the clock is ticking down to the final seconds. Don't miss your chance to see your favorite AI car take on the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. We have SGT Truss in a classic Lancia C1 and Amy in a Dome RC82, both from 1982. Now, while the Lancia is known for its agility and rally pedigree, the Dome also has a reputation for being a nimble little racer. But given the track and the car's design, I'd say it's going to come down to which car handles the best on this twisty reverse layout. My gut says SGT Truss's Lancia might have a slight edge, thanks to its lighter frame and potential for better handling. But don't count out Amy in the Dome. It's got that racing spirit wrapped in a compact package. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd put my chips on the SGT Cross and the Lancia just edging out for the win. Now, let's see if the AI agrees or if Amy has a surprise in store. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Tor Poznan reverse track, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1985 Solbers HS C6. He's starting on pole, and I bet he's hoping to make that old school beauty shine today. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead, with Scuderia Veloce close behind in second place. Gliding Penguin is holding on to third, but don't blink or you might miss a change. Scuderia Veloce is now in second place. Sir Pro 3 has moved up to 7th. Cloudy is in 9th. Cloudy and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Nuts and SGT Cross are swapping positions for 10th. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 11th. Nuts is climbing to 10th place. Maya is now 12th. Cobracle has inched up to 19th. Newts and Cloudy are neck and neck for 9th place. Theoncloyo Show and Yesnin 196 are fighting hard for 23rd. Spikos and Thatsalti Serena are locked in a close duel for 25th. Cloudy and Amy are neck and neck for 8th place. Theoncloyo Show and Yesnin 196 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Spikos just gained 1 spot and is now 25th. Newts and Cloudy are nose to nose for 9th place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Cobracle are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. Spikles and Theoncloyo Show are battling it out for 24th. Cloudy is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. And Amy and Cloudy are still neck and neck for 8th. Spikles has advanced 1 position and is now in 24th. Cobracle just climbed 1 spot to take the 18th place. Villiscope Baiman and Cobracle are nose to tail for 18th. Senor Flip Floponing in 2020. And Justin ATV are locked in a close fight for 27th. Newts and Amy are neck and neck for 9th place. Cobracle just gained 1 spot to move into 17th. Spikles also gained 1 spot, now in 23rd. Cloudy just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Sir Pro 3 and Cloudy are still neck and neck for 7th. Newts and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lian Yashin's car is a 1982 Dome RC82, currently in 3rd place. She's been steadily climbing up the ranks but is still a bit behind the leader. Her fastest lap is nearly 2 seconds slower than the top driver. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a little more speed to catch the front. Cloudy just snuck into 6th place. Cloudy and Gravy Graves are nose to tail for 5th. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 15th. V39 and Wayne Gretzky are neck and neck for the 19th spot. Telescope Bine and VD39 are fighting hard for 20. Spikles and Architect are locked in a close duel for 23rd. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Clearly they're the fastest in the bunch. Someone's been practicing those quick moves. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really showed us all how it's done. Congratulations on the race win. And a special shout out for snagging the fastest lap. That 1985 Sauber SHSC 6 is just waiting to be claimed by you. Amy, you played your cards right with the bet race win too. Time to add that 1982 Dom RC 82 to your collection. Great race, everyone. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the AI car showdown of the century. Wow, this is quite the showdown. The Aston Martin Vulcan AMR Pro is a beast, built for speed and agility. It's like bringing a rocket to a street race. Meanwhile, the Lotus Esprit from 1998 has that classic charm, but might be a bit outmatched against the modern hypercar. I'm guessing the Vulcan will take the lead early, and probably hold on to it, unless the old Lotus surprises us with some vintage magic. But honestly, I'd put my money on SGT Cross with that unstoppable car. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Forley Ring GP with only hypercars on the track. Seika Cross is starting in pole position, steering a 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan AMR Pro. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Zainin Sanumanajan. Swine Lao Dear Moal. So me. 1 million. That is data. Yon Sinkini. Amadodi Celtier. Looks like a tight race already. Maya is climbing fast, now in 16th place after passing 4 cars. Nyalatot Tepnani 8 is making moves, now in 19th after overtaking 3. Iganarait is gaining ground, now in 20th after passing 4 cars. TPKA is climbing to 7th place. Pippi Langstrup is now 9th. Chizendashauer has moved into 11th. Seika Cross is leading in a 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan AMR Pro A. Their race looks smooth so far, holding a comfortable gap at the front. TPPPA just overtook someone to take 6th place. TPPA and Gary 17 are nose-to-nose for 5th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 8th. Architect just climbed to 2nd place. Gary 17 and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Dishonored Fox is making a move, now on 13. Architect just took the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and SGT Cross are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. TPKPA moved up 1 spot to 5th. TPKPA and Amy are battling hard for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Gary 17 and TPPPA are locked in a close fight for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 7th. Neotexum is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Deluxe Combo is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 8. Deluxe Combo and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Architect, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. TPKPA has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. TPKPA and SGT Cross are locked in a tight battle for 3rd. TPKPA is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Deonko Yosho has moved up to 9th place, also by 1 spot. Naiba is now in 17th position, gaining 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gary 17 are nose to tail for 6th place. Toadette TV just climbed 1 spot to 9th. Deonko Yosho and Toadette TV are battling it out for 9th. Deonko Yosho is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Deluxe Combo and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 7th place. Dishonored Fox is climbing steadily up to 10th position. Deluxe Combo and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 7th place. Ignarite and Maya are locked in a close fight for 13. Nyarlato Tepnani 8 is climbing up to 18th. Looks like someone's got a secret weapon. Wow, Architect just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those design skills paid off on the track too. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Architect. You were amazing out there. Really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, for Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned yourself a prize. The 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit is all yours for winning the bet race. Well done! The 1971 Surtees TS9 was actually the first car designed by John Surtees after he founded his own racing team. It's like the car version of a fresh start for him, proving that even a former world champion can make a pretty slick debut as a constructor. Alright everyone, you better make those final choices quick or you might end up with whatever's left over. Time is running out, so get those selections in before the virtual garage shuts. Wow, what a classic showdown we've got here. The Wild Caveman with the vintage BRMP 160 versus Lian Yashin in that iconic Ferrari 312 B212. Both are legendary race cars from the same era. But the Ferrari has that extra flair and perhaps better aerodynamics when it comes to tight corners. The BRMP 160 is no slouch though, with its raw power. I'd say it's a toss-up. But if I had to bet, Lian's Ferrari might have a slight edge around Villarreal because of its agility and historical dominance. Still, anything can happen when the AI is involved. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Villarreal with Hingle McCringleberry on pole, driving the 1971 Matra MS 120B. Expect some serious vintage speed and maybe a few daring moves. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race, with SAT Cross right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrup is currently in third, trying to keep up. Etherplassen is climbing up to fourth place. Naibe is also moving up to ninth. Wild Kevinona and Naibe are nose to tail for ninth place. Uncle Tobin and Fishinch are nose to tail for 12th place. Dale Earnhardt and James Mayo are swapping positions for 15th, and I am holding my own in a close fight for 19th. Naibe is climbing one spot to 8th place. James Mayo is also moving up one spot to 15th. HP Luke Craft and James Mayo are nose to tail for the 15th position. Pippi Langström's car is a 1970 Lotus 72D. They are currently in third place and seem to be holding steady. No signs of trouble so far. Uncle Tobin is driving a Ferrari 312 BB2 starting from the 13th position. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any moves forward yet. Aetherplasm is climbing up to third place. Pippi Langström is right behind and they're battling hard for that spot. The F1 1971 cars are evenly matched on this track, but Villarreal's tight corners favor skill over raw speed. The car class is holding the field close, but the track's technical nature might be making overtakes tricky. The tight corners and narrow layout at Villarreal are likely making overtakes tricky, so positions are probably sticking for now. Heimais is driving a Ferrari 312 BB2, which is known for its classic design and powerful V12 engine. They are currently in the 20th place, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle so far. Maya is currently in 8th place driving a 1971 March 711 Ford. Looks like the car is holding steady but no overtakes yet. Maya's car is a 1971 March 711 Ford, starting in 19th place. Looks like she's making a move, currently in 20th. Not bad for a comeback attempt. Wild Cavamanon is having a rough time, and is now in 21st place. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Naibe, and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lian Yashin is closing in, Scuderia Veloce, and has reduced the distance by almost 3 seconds. Wild Cavanone is on a tier, climbing 13 cars to reach 7th place. Aetherplasm is inching up 1 spot to 3rd. Pippi Langström and Aetherplasm are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd. Nudes is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yashin has moved into 9th place, also up 1 spot. Hishingt is in 10th place, making a similar move up 1 spot. Uncle Tobin is climbing to 12th place. Dale Earnhardt is advancing to 13th place. Heimais is catching up to 14th place. Scuderia Veloce is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Lian Yashin is having a tough time, dropping down to 15th. Hinglumway Kringleberry is hanging in there, trying to keep up with the new leader. Lian Yashin is tearing through the field, now leading by a mile. Pippi Langström is climbing steadily into the top 3. Abomzi is making a small but noticeable move up to 15th place. Well, look at that. Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the checkered flag. Not only did you win, but you also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim that vintage 1971 Matra MS 120B. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Leon Yoshin for winning the bet race. You've earned that stunning 1971 Ferrari 312B2 Torino. Looks like someone's taking home a pretty sweet prize today. Great racing all around. Stay tuned for the next showdown. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now or forever. Wonder what could have been. Don't say I didn't warn you if your favorite is last to pick. Oh, this is a classic battle of metal and might, isn't it? Maya's got that reliable Audi R15 TDA, known for endurance and steady performance. It's like the tortoise in this race, slow and steady, but capable when it counts. On the other hand, Leanne's Lola Aston Martin B0960 is all about finesse and agility, with a design that screams speed. I'd say the Lola might have an edge on a twisty track like Estoril, especially since no chicane means less overtaking chaos. But don't count out Maya's Audi. Sometimes old reliable can surprise you with a burst of endurance when it matters most. My bet? The Lola takes it by a hair, but it's anyone's race. Depends on who pushes their car to the limit first. Alright everyone, the race at Estoril has just kicked off. Dale Earnhardt, yes, the legend himself, is leading the pack on pole, behind the wheel of a vintage 2003 Panos LMP 01 Roadster S. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Dale Earnhardt is leading the race right now. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place. Scuderia Veloce is in third. Looks like a pretty tight start. Inga McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for fourth place. Elitsaton 95 is climbing up to sixth after a smooth move. Leanne Yashin is inching up to eighth. And Leanne Yashin and I are locked in a close fight for 7. Lyra Shea is climbing up to 8th place. Leanne Yashin and Lyra Shea are nose to nose for that position. Jay Bogey is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Maya is now in 6th place, closing in on the top 5. Jay Boogie and Story Forge are nose to nose for 10th. Dude Smoke, Ia Blunt and Relaxed View are fighting hard for the 13th spot. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. La Roche is narrowing the gap to Elisatone 1995 by 1 second. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Dude Smokey a Blunt is driving a 23 Panos LMP 01 Roadster S. Looks like they're hanging around the back of the pack. Probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Elisatone 1095 has also moved up 1 spot into 6th place. Amy and Elisatone 95 are nose to nose, fighting hard for 6th. Pippi Langstrom has just claimed the top spot. Elisatone 95 is inching closer to Maya for 5th place. Looks like a fun little scrap for that position. Amy is right behind Jaibuogi now, just a car length apart. Lian Yexing has overtaken someone and is now in 10th place. The battle for 7th is heating up. Jaibuogi just overtook someone to take 6th place. Maya and Jaibuogi are nose to nose for that position. Jude Nokia Blunt is climbing up to 9. Lian Yexin has moved up 1 spot to take the 11th place. Amy and Lian are nose-to-nose fighting for the same position. ZK Cross is closing the gap on Nuts, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Storyforge is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Li Roche is nudged up 1 spot to 7. Jude Smokey a Blunt is closing the gap on me by a second and a 10th. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for the lead. Jaibuogi just gained 1 spot, now in 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Jaibuogi are battling hard for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 1st place. Elisatone 1095 is catching up to Scuderia Veloce by almost 2 seconds. Jaibuogi is right behind Elisatone 1095, closing the gap by just over a second. Scuderia Veloce is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, now just a second behind. Maya is closing the gap to Li Roche, now only 2 seconds apart. Maya and Li Roche are nose to tail for 7th place. This is getting interesting. Jaibuogi is climbing fast into 3rd place. The battle between Scuderia Veloce and Jaibuogi is heating up. La Roche is inching closer to the top 6, moving up 1 spot. Relaxed Hughes gaining fast on Lian Yoshin, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Jaebolgi is creeping closer to Pippi Langstrom, narrowing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Elitsitona 1095 just moved up 1 spot to 4th place, making a little more progress. Wow! Dale Earnhardt just won the race. Guess he took the scenic route around the chicane and still came out on top. Well done! Wow! Dale Earnhardt taking the win? Classic move, definitely showing the competition how it's done. Congratulations to him! What a legend! And huge shout out to Sage T Cross for grabbing the fastest lap, claim that shiny 1999. Audi R8R, you earned it. Maya, you came out on top in the bet race, so the 2009 Audi R15 TDI is all yours. Way to keep the streak alive. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1958 Maserati 250F. It's a classic, and those cars were known for their agility and speed on high-speed tracks like Nashville's Superspeedway. Plus, it's got that vintage charm that might just give it an edge in a race against these other legends. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari from 1952 versus the Maserati from 1958. Both are legendary but totally different beasts. The Ferrari 375 Indy is known for its raw power and racing pedigree, but it's a bit older and might be a little less nimble on today's tracks. On the other hand, the Maserati 255 is a racing icon with a reputation for being agile and responsive. Considering Nashville Superspeedway's long high-speed sections, I think the Maserati might have a slight edge thanks to its handling. But don't count out the Ferrari. It has plenty of charm and speed behind it. My gut says the Maserati might sneak ahead, but this race could surprise us all. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Nashville Superspeedway. Leon Yashin is starting on pole, steering a vintage 1960 Scarab Indy. Let's see if that classic can keep up with the modern speed demons. TPKA naveling a neck-and-neck for third place. La Rache is closing in on Scuderia Veloz, fast enough to make it interesting. La Rache and Scuderia Veloz are fighting hard for sixth. Aerotech is gaining fast on Shoebox TV, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Equinox Duo is inching closer to Alan 656, now less than 3 seconds behind. Shoebox TV is catching up to Amy, narrowing the distance by a second. With 3 out, 25 is right behind Aerotech now, just a few seconds away from a possible overtake. Its Therapara is closing in on Conomality, not giving up yet. Your Instinct is gaining on Calican Bunny, the race is heating up at the back. Gnavling is now in second place. Scuderia Veloz has moved up to fifth. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up 1 spot to take 5th place. Scuderia Veloce and Dale Earnhardt are nose-to-nose for 5th. Captain Canadian and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 9th. Scuderia Veloz is now in 5th place. Captain Canadian has climbed to 9th. Shoebox TV is in 13th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Dale Earnhardt and Scuderia Veloce neck and neck for 5th place. La Rache is slicing into Dale's lead, now just over a second behind. Amundsen is closing fast on La Rache, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. The battle for 7th is heating up with Amundsen and La Rache locked in a tight fight. Adenut 44 is on the move, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aerotech is losing ground, dropping back to 23rd. Shoebox TV is falling further behind into 24th. Bunny's Off Doom is on the move, gaining 3 spots, and now in 19th place. Aerotech is dropping back 6 positions now in 29th. Shoebox TV also falling back 6 spots now in 30th. Nishiman is really having a rough time dropping back to 28th place. Aerotech is closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 2nd place, inching closer to the leader. Naveling just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Dale Earnhardt and Naveling are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Adenat 44 is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by over a second. Naveling and Leon Yoshin are nose to nose for 1st place. Sun is inching closer to Captain Canadian, closing the gap by a 2.1. Violetta Mama and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Pippi Langstrom and Amundsen are nose to tail for 9th place. Shoebox TV and Aerotech are locked in a close fight for 29th. Pippi Langstrom and Amundsen are nose to tail for 9th place. Violetta Mama and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up 1 spot to 18th. Bunnies of Doom and Violetta Mama are battling it out for 17th. Congratulations to Lan Yoshin on winning the race. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Lian Yashin, you did it. Big congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive drive, truly top of the leaderboard now. And for those still eyeing a car, Scuderia Veloce, you guys nailed the bet race, and can now claim that gorgeous 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. What a classic! Looks like some serious style and history coming your way. Well, fun fact for you is that the Autodromo Lago Maggiore West track is actually known for its scenic views and tricky curves. It's like driving through a beautiful Italian postcard, but with the added challenge of the tight corners and elevation changes. Perfect for keeping drivers on their toes and spectators entertained. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the car selection window closes. Don't say I didn't warn you if you miss out on the ride of your life. Oh wow, we have quite the classic showdown here. The Toyota Supra from 1993 versus the 1996 Porsche 911 93 GT22. Both are legendary, but in an AI race, your car choice can tip the scales more than driver skill, which is pretty hilarious to think about. The Supra is known for its raw power and simplicity, but it's a bit older and might not handle the twists and turns as smoothly. On the other hand, the Porsche is more refined, with better aerodynamics and handling. My guess? The Porsche's got the edge here, especially on a track like Lago Maggiore West, which favors finesse over brute strength. But hey, it's AI, so who knows? Maybe the Supra will surprise us with a burst of vintage enthusiasm. We'll see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Autodromo Lago Maggiore West, and leading the pack is Hot Bolognese in a classic 1996 Porsche 911 93 G2. Looks like the 90s supercar is feeling confident, so buckle up for some nostalgic speed. Patsolds has taken an early lead. Hot Bolognese is right behind in second, and Pippi Langstrump is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Hot Bolognese and Patsolds are nose to tail for first place. AZ Cross just climbed to 8. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is now in 10th. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Nuts are fighting for 9th. Ingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd place. Pippi Langstrump is holding strong at the front, now in first place after gaining 2 positions. Our Windstorm is also on the rise, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Naibe is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Zurich Gaming Gate and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 6th. Sadie Cross and I are battling it out for 9th. Telescope Baima is slicing through the field to claim 8th place. Nutz is inching closer to the top, now in 7th. Rumi Fistertin is climbing steadily, now in 12th. Guadaria, Veloce and Gaming Toe Fight Cancer are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Amy are also close for 16th. Yechi Swishman 33 just gained a position and is now 19th. Naiba advances to 5th place. Telescope Baim is narrowing the gap to Nuts by over a second. I am climbing up to 9th place. Telescope Baim is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by a second. JT Sven 33 is climbing to 17th place. Maldox HCF is now in 22nd position. Seichtai Cross just overtook Sir Gemingate to move into 10th place. Jachi Swishman 33 and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 16th. Telescope Baima is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is closing in on Nuts, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Jatsisman 33 is advancing to 16th place. Maya just gained one more spot, now in 8th. Rumi Fis 13 and Sir Kimingate are nose to nose for 11. Amy is climbing up to 13. The Lescope Bina and DCKB Zerogers are nose to tail for 6th place. Newts just slipped into 8th, inching closer to Maya. Looks like a fun little scrap for those positions. The Lescope Bina is climbing nicely to 6th place. Maya is making a move to 7th. Zashte Cross is up to 9th. The battle between SGT Cross and DCKB Zerogers for 8th is heating up. Naiba is now in 4th place. They are on the kids, and it got they know to wait. They do make si jet. Sir Kenya is gaining on Nuts, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Rumi Fist 13 is climbing steadily to 11th place. Yaki Swishman 33 is also making moves to 14th place. Dale Earnhardt and Sunboard Boy are locked in a close fight for 15th. Patsorts just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Pippi Langstrup and Patsorts are still nose to tail fighting for the lead. The Lescope Bina is chipping away at Outwind Storm's buffer, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Decade Cross has moved up to 8th place. Amy and Rumia Fizz 13 are nose to nose for 11th. Maya is now 7th, climbing up 1 spot. Yaji Swishman 33 is gaining on Sir Kimgate, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Alex has no brain and Scuderia Veloz are locked in a tight fight for 20th place. Rumi Fizz 13 just edged ahead of Nuts for 10th place. Sunboard Boy and G-Chi Swishman 33 are still neck and neck for 14. Alex has no brain and Scuderia Veloz are battling for the 20th spot. The Lescope Bina is closing in on Outwind Storm, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 16th place. Ingle Me Kringleberry is moving up to 17th place. Wow, Pippi Langstrup, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like your playful spirit is unbeatable on the track. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Pippi Langstrup for taking the victory, adding yet another win to their record. You really drove that car like it was made for you. And great news for both of these drivers. Hippie, since you snagged the fastest lap, you can now claim that sleek 1995 Ferrari F50. That's a serious piece of automotive history right there. Amy, since you won the bet race, you're the proud owner of a 1996 Porsche 911 93 GT2. It's a classic, and I know you're going to enjoy every mile with it. Both of you did an incredible job, and I can't wait to see who wins next time. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2018 Ferrari 488 GTE. It's known for its balance and agility on tight, technical circuits like Nonstop. Plus, Ferrari's racing heritage means it's probably got a few tricks up its sleeve to handle those sharp turns and high-speed straights with style. Honestly, it's like choosing the best dancer in a big dance-off. Sure, everyone's good, but some just seem to have that extra flair. Well, with the Corvette 7R on the track, I'm leaning towards it having the edge. That car is a proven race winner, and built for speed and endurance. The Toyota FT1 GT is a solid car, but the Corvette's aerodynamics and power seem like they might give it the leg up around Mosport's challenging corners. Still, the Toyota is no slouch, so it could surprise us if the AI drivers are feeling feisty today. Honestly, I might just pick the Corvette for now, but keep an eye on those brakes in case the Toyota pulls a surprise move. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is leading the pack from pole position in that flashy 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the others are planning a surprise. Solid Dominity 1 is on a roll, climbing up to 24th place. Dale Earnhardt is losing ground, dropping 19 spots to 27th. Newts is making a move, now in 3rd place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 4th place. Shattered Pixel and Wild Kevinone are neck and neck for 18th. Zolich Dominity 1 and Emerald Tig 398 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Pippi Langstrom and I are nose to tail for 7th place. Say Cross and Big Aldnert are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Shattered Pixel just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Maya and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is chipping away at Playdigamy's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Leanne Yashin has climbed into 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom has advanced to 6th. Big Goldnerd is now in 7th after moving up 2 spots. Scuderia Veloce and SET Cross are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya has gained 1 spot, now in 10th. NNS and Savage is closing in on Blackbeard, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Scuderia Veloce is now in 8th place. Maya is gaining on SET Cross, closing the gap to just over a second. Wolf of Echo has moved into 11th place. Shattered Pixel climbs to 17th place. Wild Kevinona and GamerBoss72 are nose to nose for 18th. Ensign Savage is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Class de Time. They're currently in 15th place and their lap time suggests they're struggling a bit compared to others. Leanne Yashin is making a move and is now in 2nd place. Hingle, McCringleberry and Leanne are nose-to-nose battling for 2nd. Amy is climbing up to 4th place, inching closer to the front. Sake Cross and Veloce are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Maya and SSGT Cross are locked in a close fight for 9th. Shattered Pixel is climbing up, grabbing the 15th spot now. Renob T4 is climbing up to 19th place. Nox Exodus and Renob T4 are nose to tail for that same spot. Solija Domini T1 is chipping away at Betsmar's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Zolija Dominity 1 is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 25th place, and their lap time is just under 1 minute and 29 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Sandner Savage is climbing to 13th place. Nox Exodus and Renob T4 are locked in a close fight for 19th. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 19th place. Beans Streams is also moving up to 20th place. Looks like they're both on a roll. Newts just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like Amy and Nuts are about to turn this into a real showdown for that position. Maya is closing in on Big Old Nerd, trying to make a move for 7th. Wolf of Echo and Scuderia Veloce are nose to tail for 9th. No one's giving an inch. Congratulations, Lian Yashin. You really showed them how it's done at Mossport. Well-deserved victory. Wow, what a spectacular performance from Lian Yashin. She's truly on fire today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Triple crown, folks! A huge congratulations to her for such an incredible achievement. And to the drivers who can claim a car, nuts, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a shiny 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE. Looks like the competition this time was fierce, and both of you came out on top. Stay tuned, everyone. More races are coming up, and the excitement is just getting started. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make those picks count, or else you might end up with the car nobody wanted. Hurry up and choose your champion before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic clash of the titans. The Porsche 996 Too Short Tail is a legendary racing machine, known for its agility and speed during the 80s. On the other hand, the Nissan GT X Turbo from 1990 has some serious turbocharged power, which could give it an edge in straight-line speed. Given the short track at Road Atlanta, the Porsche's finesse around corners might give it the upper hand, but the Nissan's turbo boost could come into play on the straights. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'd lean toward the Porsche for a slightly smoother ride around the twists and turns. Let's see if the turbo can surprise us, or if the Porsche will dominate with precision. Relax Hugh is climbing to third place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 8th and closing the gap. Zach Tross and Pippi, are nose to nose for 8th. Scuderia Veloz and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Aminsan and Maya are locked in a close fight for 10th. Scuderia Veloz just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Amy and Scuderia Veloci are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Newts is climbing up to 12th place, making moves. Pippi Langstrom is holding on to 8th place, but CGT Cross is closing in fast. Amy is now in 4th, making her way through the pack. Sate Cross just overtook someone to climb to 8th, but Pippi is not giving up that spot easily. Relaxed View is now in 2nd place. Relaxed View and Len Yoshin are nose to nose for the lead. Pippi Langstrom has climbed to 9th place. Nericus is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 24th. Sots Fired is climbing steadily to 18th. Brenda Buster is also making moves up to 19th. The tight corners and short straights at Road Atlanta Short are favoring the drivers with quick lap times and good handling, keeping the top spots tightly contested. Relaxed View is holding on to the lead, but Len Yashin is right on their tail. Sagi Tross and Dale Earnhardt are battling fiercely for 7th place, with no clear winner yet. Nuts is really closing the gap on Maya now. Looks like a battle is brewing. CK Cross keeps climbing, now in 7th. Naiba is knocking on the door of the top 10. Senior Nazioi, Anishim Kwanan Teo Chris. Ingle McCringleberry and Seshti T Cross are nose to nose for 6th. Acorn is inching up to 27th. Relaxed View just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Naida and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 9th. Reineke is climbing up to 20th. Naiba and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 9th place. Sots Fired and Bees McGee are locked in a close fight for 17th. Brando Buster and Reineke are battling it out for 19th. Pippi Langstrom and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 8th place. Sots Fired just climbed 1 spot to 17th. Brando Buster and Reineke are locked in a close fight for 19th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and Naiba are nose to nose for 10th. Rex and Sarah and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 12th. Nuts is climbing up to 11th place. Reineke is now in 20th place. Husky Hog and Brando Buster are nose-to-nose fighting for the 20th spot. Well, look at that. Relaxed View just took the checkered flag. Guess all that relaxing paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Relaxed View really pulled off an amazing triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's some next level racing. Big congratulations to them for that incredible achievement. They definitely proved they're here to dominate. And congratulations to Naibi as well for winning the bet race. They can now claim the vintage 1984 Porsche 962C Short Tail. That's a sweet prize for a sweet victory. Well done to everyone who participated and made this race so exciting. Stay tuned because more high-octane action is just around the corner. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Bannockbury Yard circuit, I'd probably go with the Nissan Skyline GR-R33. It's known for its incredible handling and turbocharged power, which might give it an edge on a technical and twisty track like this. Plus, its reputation for being a solid all-around performer means it could handle the curves and acceleration better than most here. The other contenders are pretty good too, but I think the Skyline has that legendary mix of grip and turbo surge that could push it to the front. Alright folks, only a few seconds left to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before they zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to root for that sneaky speedster or the underdog. Time's almost up. Hey Amundsen, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you're still around for some AI car racing action. Grab a seat and enjoy the show. Oh, wow. This is quite the matchup. On one side we have Jaichi Swishman 33 with a 1990 Mazda Unos Cosmo, a car that's known for its sleek design and a turbocharged engine that could surprise us. On the other, Ciruria with a 1994 Subaru Alcyon STX, famous for its distinctive looks and all-wheel drive, which might give it an edge on Bannockbury Yard's terrain. Considering the racing environment and car choices, I'd say the Subaru might have the upper hand with its drivetrain and stability. But don't count out the Cosmo's potential for speed if it's finely tuned. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'm leaning slightly toward the Subaru for its versatility. We'll see if the Cosmo can pull off a surprise. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bannock Bray Yard, and Shattered Pixel is kicking things off from pole in a classic 1988 Holden Commodore SS Group A. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its ground against the newer rivals. Shattered Pixel has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Hippie Langstrom is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Stephen Brinkley is in third, hanging on close but not quite in the mix for the lead yet. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 10th place. Adanut 44 is inching closer to the top 4, moving up 1 position. Waifuana and Adanut 44 are locked in a close duel for 4th place, nose to tail. Guaduria Veloz is charging through the field, now in 24th place after 3 quick overtakes. Adanut 44 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 6th. Amy just gained 2 spots and is now in 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Renault T4, closing the gap by over a second. Dale Earnhardt just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Amy is closing in on Adanut 44, narrowing the distance by a solid 1.6 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Gish the Husky is climbing to 11th place. Aminsan is also moving up to 12th. Cirorelia is climbing up to 20. Autumn Thunderbird and Cirorelia are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the top 25. Maya just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Relaxed Few and Maya are nose to nose for that position. Autumn Thunderbird and Cirorelia are locked in a close fight for 20th. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is sneaking into 8th. Aminsan is making a move to 10th. Looks like everyone's eager to make their mark. Hingle McCringleberry, better watch out. Amy is closing in fast. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 12, not bad. Relaxed Few is also gaining ground, now in 14th. Blackbeard and Relaxed Few are nose to nose for 14th place. It's Bumblebee just gained 1 spot to 17th. Autumn Thunderbird also moved up 1 to 19th. Autumn Thunderbird and Ashianriton are battling it out for 18th. Dale Earnhardt is making a move up to 5th place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Relaxed Few is climbing to 13th place. Death Factor is climbing one spot to take 19th place. Ashinritan and Devactor are nose-to-nose for 19. Toadette TV is also moving up one spot to 27. Amy is climbing up to 6th place. Adonut 44 is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Toadette TV is right behind SGT Cross, closing in by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Autumn Thunderbird is also moving up to 17th. It's Bumblebee and Autumn Thunderbird are nose-to-nose for 17. Maya is currently in the middle of the pack with a Lotus Carlton from 1990. Looks like a steady race, but no real moves yet. Adonut 44 is really closing in on Ranog T4, cutting the gap by over a second and a half now. They are neck and neck for 8th place. Meanwhile, Pseudorelia is climbing up to 21st, making a nice move up the field. Aminsun just gained 2 spots and is now in 8th place. Fish the Husky is closing in on Adonut 44, chopping 1.4 seconds off the gap. Maya and Fish the Husky are nose to tail for 11th. Adonut 44 just overtook someone to take 9th place. Renok T4 and Adonut 44 are nose to tail for 9. Inglebri is climbing to 15. Fish the Husky just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Renok T4 and Fish the Husky are nose to tail for 10th. D Factor is climbing up to 16. Relax View is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over a second. Zerorelia just moved up 1 spot to 20. Sir Gamingate and Zerorelia are nose to nose for that same 20 spot. Maya is now in 11th place, closing in on Renok T4. Renok T4 and Maya are nose to tail. Looks like a battle is brewing. D Factor has gained 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Well, look at that. Shattered Pixel took the top spot. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Well done. Wow, what an incredible performance by Shattered Pixel! Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like a champ. Looks like all that AI power paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 2016 cars have around 600 horsepower? That's like strapping a small jet engine onto a really fast go-kart. It's no wonder these cars can reach speeds over 200 miles per hour and make hairpin turns look like a walk in the park. Just imagine trying to keep up with that kind of power. It's basically a roller coaster on wheels. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to hustle. The timer's about to run out, and I don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get your choices in before I start judging your taste in cars. Oh, this is quite the interesting matchup. The Mana MRT-05 is known for its agility, but not necessarily its speed. So Muttwolf might have a bit of a challenge keeping up with the Ferrari F16H, which is a bit more aggressive. The Ferrari has that extra punch and sharp handling that could give Scroogechamp an edge, especially on a tricky vintage circuit like Hockenheimring. But hey, sometimes the underdog pulls off a surprise, especially if Muttwolf can exploit the track's twists and turns. Overall though, I'd lean towards the Ferrari to take the win here. But don't count out Muttwolf just yet. Racing is always unpredictable. Alright folks, the race is underway at the historic Hockenheimring Vintage GP. And leading the pack now is well-placed V in a 2016 Renault RS16. Looks like they've got a great start. Let's see if they can hold on to that first place. Well-placed V has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Muttwolf is right behind in second, and Jay Boogie is hanging in there in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Muttwolf and well-placed V are nose to tail at the front. Lian Yashin just snuck into third place. Scroogechamp is right behind her, both fighting for P3 duel. Scroogechamp is climbing fast to second place. Muttwolf and Scroogechamp are nose to nose for that spot. Lian Yashin and Muttwolf are also battling closely for third. Seiki Cross is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 19th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Hippie Langstrom is also on the rise, advancing 1 position to 6th. Swell-placed EV is now in first place. Scroogechamp and Swell-placed V are neck and neck for the lead. Epic Sugar and Ovidus are fighting hard for 9th place. Scroogechamp is making a move to take the lead. Mudwolf and Hingle McCringleberry are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Nuts is climbing up to 12. Mudwolf is really having a tough time dropping back to 16th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 5th place. Cheryl Manzaroses is also moving up to 6th place. Ovidus is climbing up to 7th place. Nuts has advanced 2 spots and is now in 8th. Yebuogi and Nuts are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Maya is now in 1st place. Scroogechamp is right behind, closing the gap. Epic Sugar and Jebuogi are battling fiercely for 9th place. Scroogechamp is now in 1st place. Ovidos has climbed to 6th. Stabbyguy Killens is now in 10th. Cheryl Cirrhosis is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now 19. Dale Earnhardt has moved into 20th. Stabbygal Killens and Jebuogi are nose to nose for 9th place. Oscar Wolf and Hikari Hamsam are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Dale Earnhardt just sneaked up 1 spot to 19th. Sharon Cirrhosis is closing in on Ovidus fast, just 5.6 seconds behind. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrump is also making moves, now in 4th. The vintage F1 cars at Hockenheimring make overtaking tricky, especially with the tight corners and high-speed straights. The faster cars like the Ferrari and Mercedes are pulling ahead, but the track's narrow sections keep the midfield bunched up. Sharon Cirrhosis climbs to 16th place. Nuts advances to 17. Dale Earnhardt moves into 18. Cheryl Manzaroses is closing in on Leanne Yashin fast, just 9.8 seconds behind. Swell Pasty has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Stabbygal Killens and Swell Placed B are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Maya and Pippi Langstrump are nose to tail for that spot. Ovidus is closing in on the top 4, moving up to 4th. Well, look at that. Scroogechamp just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle. The clock's ticking down and soon these racing beauties will be unleashed. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Alright, so we've got Lemon Cult Games and a 2010 Volkswagen Golf GTI, and Ozgazerod in a 2003 Ford Focus SVT. Both cars are pretty sporty, but in very different ways. The Golf GTI is known for its sharp handling and modern tech, even if it's a bit older now. The Focus SVT, on the other hand, is a little beast, especially with that sporty suspension and more aggressive stance. Given the age difference and the typical characteristics of these cars, I'd say Lemon Cult Games might have an edge on the technical side with the Golf's balanced setup. But Ozgazerod's Focus S VVT could surprise us with some raw focus speed if it's tuned well. Overall, I'd probably lean toward Lemon Cult Games taking the win, just because the Golf is a more refined package, especially on a track like NOLA. But hey! Never underestimate the power of a little CVT attitude. Alright everyone, the race at NOLA Motorsports Park is kicking off with Christel 33 on pole, piloting a classic 1999 Honda Civic Type R. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the newer rivals. Christel 33 has shot to the front, leading the race. Inga McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Leanne Yasishin is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Inga McCringleberry is now in first place. Christel 33 is right behind him, both battling for the lead. Etaplasm has moved up to fifth place, and is fighting closely with Naibe for fourth. Maya is slicing through the field like a hot knife through butter, now in first place. Lemon Cult Games is making moves, climbing to 11. Leanne Yashin is inching closer, now in second. Looks like the top two are about to have a showdown. Leanne Yashin and I are still neck and neck for first place. Etaplasm and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wayne 24 just gained one spot, and is now 9th. Leanne Yashin is now in first place. Christel 33 has moved up to second. Naiba is in third. The top three are getting pretty cozy. Nuts. just overtook someone to climb to 16th place. Dale Earnhardt is also gaining ground, now in 17th place. Oscar Sarot and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 17th place. Looks like a close fight. Naibe is climbing up to 2nd place. Crystal 33 and Naibe are nose to nose for 2nd. Pippi Langstrup and Waintra 94 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Aethoplasm is really closing in on Amy, now just over a second behind. They're locked in a fierce battle for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up the field, moving into 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 8th. Dale Earnhardt has gained 2 spots and is now in 12th. Crystal 33 is holding on to 4th for now, but Amy is closing in. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 7th after overtaking 2 cars. Este Cross and Pippi are battling hard for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Naibe is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Amy is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrup is moving up to 6th. Aethoplasm is climbing up to 6th place. Dale Earnhardt is making a move to 9th. Wayne Trinity 4 and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 9th place. Aethoplasm and Crystal 33 are neck and neck for 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Wayne Trinity 4 are also trading paint for 9th. Aethoplasm is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is also moving up to 6th. Crystal 33 and Pippi are nose to nose for 6th place. Lemon Cult Games is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Lian Yashin and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for the lead. Z-Shape Cross and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lian Yashin and Lemon Cult Games are neck and neck for 1st place. Matthesaurus Rex is closing in on SCT Cross, now just 140 seconds behind. Lian Yashin is now in 1st place. Naibe has moved into 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry climbs into 3rd. The top 3 are shaping up nicely. Amy and Aethoplasm are nose to tail for 4th place. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Nuts is climbing up the grid, now in 16th. Congratulations to Lian Yashin on winning the race at NOLA Motorsports Park. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow, Lian, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race. You totally dominated out there. And not only that, you also scored the fastest lap. You've got your eye on the 2005 Renault Clio 3 RS 197 now. What a classic! Dale Earnhardt, you're not too far behind with the most overtakes. That takes some serious guts. You've earned yourself the 2018 Volkswagen Golf R. Great effort by both of you. Sure! Did you know that the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez retro track actually pays homage to the legendary Mexican racing brothers, Ricardo and Pedro Rodriguez? It's like racing through a piece of history where every corner whispers stories of their daring drives and epic battles. And get this, the retro version has some classic twists and turns that make you feel like you're in a vintage race. It's pretty much a nostalgic blast for any racing fan. Alright, so we've got a very experienced driver here with nearly 3,000 races under their belt and a solid win ratio. Being ranked 15 means they're definitely no stranger to the competition, but they're not at the very top either. Without info on the other driver, I'd say this seasoned veteran has the edge in consistency. But maybe the other one has some surprise up their sleeve. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward the more experienced driver taking the win here. Let's see if they can turn that experience into victory today. Alright folks, the race is just kicking off at the legendary Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez retro track. Up front, we have the Downtown Quest team leading the pack with a 2019 Dallara F312, racing in the Formula 3 class. Let's see if they can hold that pole position or if the pack will storm past. Downtown Quest is leading the race, followed closely by Nuts in second place. Neo Texum is currently in third. The battle for the top is already heating up. Hingle Me Kringleberry just moved up to fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for third. Adanut 44 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for fourth. Adanut 44 is climbing up to third place now. Neotexum and Adanut 44 are still nose to tail for third. Hingle McCringleberry and Neotexum are fighting hard for fourth. Unknown Tactids is climbing up to 5th place. Rex and Sarah has also moved up to 7th. Rex and Sarah and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 6th. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th. Niyugutsu has moved up to 8th. Neotexum is climbing fast into 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Unknown Tactics are locked in a close fight for 5th. Acorn is gaining ground, now in 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place now. Unknown Tactics and Hingle are still nose-to-nose for that spot. Wannabe is making a move to 9th place. Unknown Tactics is climbing 1 spot to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Unknown Tactics are nose-to-nose for 5th. Acorn is advancing 1 spot to 9th. Wannabe and Maya are nose-to-tail for 10th place. Zeki Cross just gained 1 spot and is now in 19th. Lithocop and Sishiti Cross are locked in a close fight for 19th. Mirabutsu has just overtaken someone to move into 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Margutsu are nose-to-nose for 6th. Acorn is climbing up to 8th. Mirgutsu and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Rex and Sarah is climbing fast, now in 8th. Amy is making a move, now in 12th. Meanwhile, Amy and Dale Earnhardt are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Mighty Chunk is climbing up 1 spot to take the 13th place. Wannabe and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for that same position. Daisuke Cross and Pippi Langstrumpf are also neck and neck for 18th. Mr. Wolf J is climbing 1 spot to take the 14th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up 1 spot to reach the 17th place. Lian Yesin and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for the 17th position. Wow! Down Talkwist just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Down Talkwist really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Sure thing. The 1965 Ferrari 1512 was actually a Formula One car, and it was known for having a pretty interesting engine configuration. It had a 1.5-liter V12 engine that was capable of producing around 190 horsepower. That might not sound like a lot compared to today's machines, but back in the day, that was quite the beast. Plus, it was one of the last cars to feature the classic Ferrari V12 sound that everyone loved. So, basically, it was a roaring legend on the track with a pretty fancy engine to match. Hey everyone! Time's running out, so make your pick quick or you might end up with the car nobody wanted. Don't say I didn't warn you. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow. This is quite the blast from the past versus a slightly newer classic. Dale Earnhardt in that vintage Lotus 2.5 should have some serious agility, thanks to that iconic Formula One design. But I wonder if the weight and the technology gap will slow him down. On the other hand, SAT Cross in the BRMP 261 might have a bit more power, but probably less nimbleness around those chickens. Honestly, I think the Lotus 2.5 has the edge in a tight, twisty circuit like this. It's built for precision and quick cornering, which is what you need on Circuit du Var with its tricky chicane. So I'd give a slight nod to Dale Earnhardt and his vintage Lotus. Let's see if that classic charm can outmaneuver the slightly more powerful but less agile BRM. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Circuit du Var with that tricky chicane, and leading the pack is Liane Yashin in her 1965 Ferrari 1512. Starting from pole position. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Liane Yashin has shot off the line to take the lead. I am currently in second place trying to keep up. Hermit Media is in third, already trying to find a way past me. Ingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Scuderia Veloce is making a solid move into the top 3. Tectros is inching closer to the front, grabbing the 5th spot. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 7th place. Nutz is also moving up to 8th. Amy is making her way to 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is slicing through the field like a hot knife through butter, and now sitting in first place. Dale Earnhardt is making a solid push, climbing up to 5th after overtaking 4 cars. Liane Yashin and Maya are nose to tail, fighting hard for the top spot. Nutz is really making a move, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Liane Yashin is now in the lead, taking first place. Hermit Media has also gained a spot, now in second. Things are heating up at the front. Pippi Langstrup's car is a Ferrari 1512 from 1965, starting in 9th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1965 Honda RA272, a car known for its innovative valve engine and lightweight design. Looks like he's holding 8th place, but with that car, he might just surprise us all. Stage Cross just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Looks like he's on a mission. Dale Earnhardt is closing in on Amy fast. Less than 2 seconds now. Newts is driving a 1961 Cooper T55, a classic British design. Their race looks a bit rough, sitting in 8th and a bit behind the leaders. Hammock Media is driving a Cooper T77, starting 3rd and currently in 2nd place. They're holding a solid position and clocked the fastest lap so far, so the race looks promising for them. CHK Cross is storming ahead into 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is on a roll, climbing 8 spots to 2nd. Hammock Media and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd spot. Hammock Media is now in 1st place. Lian Yeshin is closing the gap, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. They are neck and neck, and this race just got interesting. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now in 9th. And I am sneaking into 10th. Looks like a little friendly competition for the top 10. Scuderia Veloz is gaining on Lian Yashin and is now just a 2.5 seconds behind. Dale Earnhardt is inching closer to Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap to under a second. Lian Yashin just blitzed through 6 cars to take the lead. Hammock Media is right on her tail, and they're locked in a fierce battle for 1st place. Scuderia Veloz is gaining on Hammock Media and is now just a second behind. Dale Earnhardt is closing the distance to Pippi Langstrom, and the gap is shrinking fast. Maya is driving a Honda RA272 from 1965. Starting 2nd but currently in 9th place. Her lap time is a bit slower than her teammate Hingo McCringleberry, who is in 4th. Looks like she's struggling to find her pace today. Nuts has surged to 1st place after overtaking 4 cars. Hammock Media and Nuts are now locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amy is closing in on Dale Earnhardt, cutting the gap by over a second. Congratulations to Hammock Media on winning the race. Looks like all those chicanes paid off. Well done. Wow, Hermit Media, you really stole the show. Congratulations on the win. You've earned that victory fair and square. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, get ready because you've each earned some serious bragging rights. Dale Earnhardt, you won the bet race and can claim a classic 1962 Lotus 2.5. That's a beauty from the F1 1960 era. Hingle me Kringleberry. You took the overtake crown and can pick up a 1965 Honda RA272. Nice work to both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Trazado International de Puebla circuit, I would go with the 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona. It's the kind of car that has the elegance, speed, and agility to handle winding tracks like Puebla with a bit of style. The American muscle cars are heavy and powerful, but they might struggle with the sharp turns and technical sections. The Lamborghini could be a dark horse because of its exotic appeal and potential agility, but I think the Ferrari's balanced performance and historical racing pedigree give it the edge in this lineup. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up. The clock's ticking and we're about to jump into the race. No pressure. But your favorite car might get taken if you wait too long. Hey there, deplorable Apple. Welcome back to the madness. Glad you could join us again for some AI racing chaos. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the high-speed fun. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Both cars from 1971. So it's going to be a battle of nostalgia and raw power. The Ford Mustang Mach-1 is known for its agility and strong acceleration, especially on a track like Trazado International de Puebla, which favors quick turns. Meanwhile, the Plymouth Roadrunner has that rugged, straight-line muscle that could give it an edge if the race is a straight dash. Considering the car's characteristics and the AI drivers, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight advantage on this twisting track. But hey, anything could happen when computers are at the wheel. Let's see who's got the fastest algorithms today. Nirgutsu is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 5th place. Hingle, McCringleberry and Nuts are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Nuts are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Uncanny Buddy just gained a spot and is now 7th. Scuderia Veloce and Uncanny Buddy are also fighting for 7th, so expect some fireworks soon. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to take 3rd place. Nirgutsu and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. Newts and Mugutsu are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Dongertson 3 is climbing up to 5th place. Shalesy is making a move to 16. Shalesy and Seji T Cross are nose-to-nose for 15. Unistix and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Navling has gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Nulavi also moved up 1 position to 24th. Nulavi and Tibom are battling closely for 23rd. Rex and Sura is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Belthanita Beast and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 18th place. Teta 61 is gaining 2 spots to 20th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast into 2nd place. Sunboard Boy and Unistix are locked in a close fight for 9th. Linlilac is making a move up to 21st. Sunboard Boy is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 21st. Unistix is climbing up to 9th place. Sunboard Boy and Unistix are nose-to-nose for that spot. Nulavi is advancing to 23rd place. T-Bomb is climbing nicely to 22nd place. Siraria is inching closer to 26th, but Bigoldnud is right behind, making it a tight fight for that spot. Unistix is driving a 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. They're currently in 9th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a pretty average race for them so far. Shalesy just sneaked past Navling to take the 16th spot. Navling is not giving up easily though. Nulavi and Linlilac are locked in a close fight for 23. Maya is currently in 7th place. Amy and Belthanith the Beast are nose-to-nose for 20th. Linlilac and Tabum are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. Seishtag Cross is driving a 1969 Shelby GT 500. They're currently in 16th place, just hanging around the mid-pack. Looks like they're struggling to make moves but staying steady. Rex and Sarah is driving a 1971 Dodge Charger Super B. They're currently in the 13th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Lotusos just gained 1 spot and is now in the 17th position. Linlilac has also moved up 1 spot to 21st. Zuro Radia is climbing as well, now in 25th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Wow, Zakarai TV. You really sped past the competition. Congratulations on your win. Wow, Zakarai TV really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned it today. And a big shout out to Hingle Me Kringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You get to claim a vintage beauty, the 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. Nice pick. That car is a real classic. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before we dive into the race. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top contender. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. Pippi Langstrom, cruising in a classic Ferrari 712 from 1970. That's a beauty, and probably a joy to watch zoom around. On the other hand, we have Nuts in a 1969 Nissan R382, which is known for its speed and racing pedigree from that era too. Honestly, I'm leaning toward Nuts for the win because that Nissan was built for racing, especially on a technical track like Assen North. Still, Pippi's Ferrari might surprise us, especially if it handles well. It's a close call, but I'm putting my chips on Nuts to take the victory. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Circuit Assen North with Hingle McCringleberry on pole in a 1973 Porsche 9/1730 Spider. Looks like he's got the historical edge, but will that old speedster hold up? Stay tuned. Hingle May Kringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dale Aeronaut is holding strong in second place. And I, Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Scuderia Veloz. just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Jackie Tross and Scuderia Veloce still neck and neck for 5th. Pippi Langstrom and Lian Yashin fighting hard for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 8th place. Sputnik NZ and Nuts are battling fiercely for 11th. Asuroni is inching up to 14th. Imbus Platinum is driving a 1966 Porsche 906. They're currently in the 18th place, just behind the Lola T290 and McLaren M1B cars. Looks like a steady climb, but still a long way to go. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Asuroni just gained a spot to move into 13th. Asuroni and Sputnik NZ are locked in a close fight for 12th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 7th place. James Mayo is now in 13th, and Imbus Platinum has moved into 15th. Asuroni advances to 13th place. Lazy Towner also moves up 1 spot to 15. It looks like Dust Platinum and Lazy Towner ran neck and neck for 15th place. Silhouette is driving a 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider, the same as the leaders. They're currently in 10th place and running just over a second behind the leader. Looks like a solid race, but they might need a little more pace to catch up. Lazy Towner is climbing to 14th place. Evincero Guy is advancing to 22nd. Unistix is pushing up to 23rd. Nuts is racing a 1969 Nissan R382, a classic Japanese endurance racer. They're currently in the 11th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of just over a minute. Looks like they're trying to keep it steady but not quite catching up. Imbus Platinum just moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Our Special is gaining on X Basic Switch X, closing the gap by over a second. Pippi is holding a solid lead over Nuts, but Nuts is closing in fast. Pippi's got the pace, but Nuts isn't giving up yet. Could be a fun finish. Pippi Langstrom is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Addie Zekia Cross and Pippi are still neck and neck for 6th position. Sputnik NZ is closing in on Nuts, shrinking the gap by 130 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is sitting in 6th place and just set the fastest lap. Looks like she's got some serious pace and might be eyeing a top 5 finish if she keeps this up. Pippi Langstrom is racing a 1970 Ferrari 712 and is currently in 6th place. They've been quick, with the fastest lap just under 59 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady and making a good push. Wow, what a shocker! Hinkle McCringleberry taking the victory. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations on your victory. What a performance. And hey, Pippi Langstrumpf, you snagged the fastest lap. That means you get to claim the shiny 1970 Ferrari 712 Can-Am. Nice job to both of you for making the race exciting. Alright folks, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross, and leading the pack is SGT Cross, in a classic, 1984, Ford R S200. He's got that pole position locked in for now, but let's see if anyone can catch up to that vintage beast. Dale Earnhardt is slicing through the field, now in 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is having a tough time, dropping 7 spots to 11. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing steadily, moving up 1 position to 4th. Strutting Jal is climbing nicely to 8th place. Scuderia Veloz is making a move to 10th. Zachariah TV is also advancing to 12th. Looks like the pack is shifting around. Amy is on a roll, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 9 cars. Lord Zekrisby and Scuderia Veloz are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 4th place. Maya is now 5th. Nutz is in 6th. Looks like a small but steady shuffle at the middle of the pack. Ingo McCringleberry is driving a Peugeot 205T16 Evo 2, a car known for its agility and turbocharged power. Their race seems to be struggling with a DNS or technical issue, as their fastest lap is listed as 999. Ingo McCringleberry's Peugeot 205T16 Evo 2 is currently in 3rd place and has the fastest lap time among the top contenders. Looks like they're pushing hard but still have some ground to make up. Well, look at that. A better bloke winning the race. Clearly they're the best at being the best. Congrats on the victory. Alright, here's a fun fact about Cadwell Park's Grand Prix circuit. It's often called the mini Nürburgring because of its mix of fast corners and tight chicanes that really test the driver's skill. Honestly, if this track was a person, it'd be that friend who's a little unpredictable but always keeps you on your toes. Alright. Looks like we're flying blind here, folks. Both drivers are in the same car at Cadwell Park GP, so it's a straight-up showdown of skill. And maybe a little luck. Without any background info, I'm just gonna pick one at random and say the driver on the left. Because hey, sometimes you gotta trust your gut. But honestly, this race could go either way, and I'm just here for the chaos and the fun. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Cadwell Park GP. Leading the pack is the Scuderia Veloce with their 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, starting in pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Lian Yashin has taken an early lead, followed closely by Scuderia Veloce in 2nd place, and Ingo McCringleberry holding on to 3rd. Looks like a tight start. Sage GT Cross is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Maya and Sage GT Cross are neck and neck for 4th. Nuts has climbed to 6th, making a move. Hingle Macringberry is climbing to 2nd place. Gary 710 is now in 8th place. Amy is up to 10th. Violetta Mama is in the 11th place, just behind Amy. Her car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, and she started in the 11th position. The race looks tight with little separation, so she might be eyeing some overtakes soon. Leanne Yashin's car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, and she's currently leading the race. It looks like she's maintaining a solid pace and has a comfortable gap ahead. Dale Earnhardt is in the 7th place, driving a Renault Megane Trophy. His race seems steady, but he's got some cars ahead and behind him, so no clear advantage yet. The tight corners seem to favor the top drivers, but the narrow track is making overtakes tricky, keeping the order pretty stable so far. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. He's currently in 2nd place and seems to be holding a steady pace, likely eyeing the leader. Dale Earnhardt is in 7th place, driving a Renault Megane Trophy. His race looks steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the top contenders yet. Leanne Yashin is leading in her Renault Megane Trophy. Her car is holding a strong position and seems to be maintaining a steady pace. Pippi Langstrup is gaining ground on Gary 710, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. They are nose to tail for 7th place. This could get interesting soon. Newts is in 8th place, driving a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is still a mystery, so they might be holding back or just enjoying the scenery. Newts is in 8th place, driving a Renault Megane Trophy. Their fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 14 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Gary 17 is in 10th place with a fastest lap of just under 2 minutes and 14 seconds. His car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy, and he's been steadily climbing up the order. Looks like he's got some pace to make a move soon. Scuderia Veloci's car is a 2017 Renault Megane Trophy and currently in third place. They started in first and seem to be holding steady, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than others. Looks like they're playing it safe for now. Newts is closing in on SGT Cross, fast enough to make it interesting. Amy just sneaked into the 11th spot, climbing one place. Dale Arnott and Amy are nose to nose for 11. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Leah is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like she's got this race under control. Gary 710 is in 10th place with a fastest lap of just under 2:14. His car seems to be holding steady, but he's not making much progress. Looks like he's just trying to stay in the game. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap at the front. Newts is in 5th, just behind some action. Gary 710 and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is in 3rd place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 13 seconds and 65 milliseconds. Her car is holding up well, but she's a bit behind the leaders and trying to catch up. Congratulations, Leanne. You really showed them how it's done. Looks like the finish line was just your starting point. Wow, congratulations to Lee and Yashin. You really showed us how it's done out there. And hey, way to snag the fastest lap too. That means you get to claim the shiny 2017 Renault Megane Trophy. Nice work. Looks like you're taking home some serious bragging rights today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Seattle circuit, I'd probably go with the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196. It's a clear standout with its advanced aerodynamics and engineering for its time. Plus, in real life, the 196 was a dominant force in Formula One. And those racing DNA skills could give it an edge, even on a modern circuit. The rest are intriguing classics, but this one seems to have that extra touch of racing pedigree that might just propel it to victory. Alright folks, the countdown is almost over. If you haven't picked your dream race car yet, now's your chance or forever hold your peace. Time's almost up, So get those final selections in before the AI takes over without you. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Manino 1857s. Driving a vintage B, RM Type 15. And I gotta say, those old school machines have character, but can be a bit unpredictable. On the other hand, I'm in a Ferrari 375 F1, which is legendary for its speed and handling. Considering the power and finesse of the Ferrari compared to the slightly more awkward charm of that Barnum, I'd give the edge to myself. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen, especially on a tricky circuit like Seattle. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Seattle circuit, and DJ Lone Wolf is starting strong on pole, piloting a classic 1960 Scarab F1 Dub. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold up today. Amy is leading the pack right from the start. Lone Wolf is hot on her heels in second place. Zurich Emingate is holding strong in third, but expect some action soon. Cirque Gaming is making a move for the lead. Dale Earnhardt is climbing into the top 3, and I'm inching closer to the top 5, just one spot behind. Scuderia Veloce is charging through the field and now leads the race. Cirque Gaming is not giving up easily, staying close behind in second. Beyond Fu Dark Souls and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Cirque Gaming and Scuderia Veloce are nose to nose at the front. Nudes has just overtaken someone to climb into 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Celestial Nari are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Celestial Ninari is racing a Gordini T32 from 1955. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding the 13th spot. Looks like a steady race so far. Sergei Cross is racing a 1954 Maserati 250F, a classic that's known for its balanced handling and racing pedigree. Looks like they're currently in the last spot, so the race might be a bit of a struggle for them today. Cirque Gaming just overtook for the lead. Amy is closing in on second place. Dale Earnhardt is making a move to third. Things are heating up at the front. Nuts is now in third place. Joan Wolf has climbed to fifth. And Maya is now in sixth. Looks like everyone's playing the game of leapfrog today. Dale Earnhardt just snuck into third place. Maya is climbing up to fourth. Joan Wolf is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing behind. Maya Degta. Joan Wolf is storming ahead to take the lead. Beyond Wood Dark Souls is not far behind, climbing up fast. Celestial Inari is making a strong push, closing in on the top. Nuts just sliced through the field to grab second place. Looks like a quick snack for him. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 5th. Sukgamigate and Len Yashin are nose to nose for 6th place. This race is heating up. Venona 1857 is driving a BRM Type 15, a classic British racing car, known for its innovative design and powerful V16 engine. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like a solid conservative race so far. Sirgamingate is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 6 cars. Amy is hot on their heels, also up 6 spots to second. Dale Earnhardt is making a move, climbing 6 positions to third. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Sadimoidijamis is making a move to 10th. Looks like some strategic overtakes happening. Maya is climbing up to 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is pushing into 2nd. Amy is holding on to her lead at the front. Sirgamingite just made a bold move, climbing 4 spots to take the lead. Inga McCringleberry is closing fast on Team Tanatia, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Amy and Sirgamingite are now locked in a fierce fight for first place. Alright everyone, it seems like the AI had a bit of a tricky time on the track, and decided to throw in the towel early. Don't worry though, we've still got the results counted, so the points are in. Thanks for sticking around, and I promise the next race will be smoother and even more exciting. Stay tuned! Wow, Sirgamingate! Congratulations on winning that race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Truly impressive. And a big shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself that stunning 1950 Ferrari 375 F1. I hope you're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Nate Cross, your skills in overtaking were unmatched today. You get to claim the sleek 1954 Maserati 250F. Well deserved. Such an exciting race, folks. Can't wait to see what happens next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Zolder has some tricky turns and chicanes, so a car that can maneuver quickly and stay stable through tight corners would be essential. Top speed is nice, but if it can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, you'll lose precious seconds. So, agility and precision would be my top priorities for a race like this. Well, this is quite the showdown. The Chevrolet Camaro and the Ford Mustang are both American muscle icons known for their power and style. The Camaro tends to have a bit more agility and a sharper edge around corners, especially on a track like Zolder. Meanwhile, the Mustang is all about raw power and straight-line speed, which could be advantageous if the race is going to be a drag race or involves long straights. Given the track's mix of curves and straights, I'd say the Camaro might have a slight advantage here. But honestly, it's going to come down to how the AI handles the driving and how well the cars manage their momentum. My money is on the Camaro taking it by a nose, but I wouldn't count the Mustang out just yet. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Zolder with Scuderia Veloce's 2021 Chevrolet Camaro taking the lead from pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that, or if someone else has other plans. Right at the start, Scuderia Veloce is leading the pack, showing some serious speed. I'm holding second place, trying to keep up. Circumgate is in third, just hanging on. Let's see if anyone can challenge these top three early on. Maya takes the lead, moving up one spot to first place. Del Thing the Beast advances one position to fifth. Dale Earnhardt climbs 2 spots to 10th. Deplorable is climbing up to 10th place. Pippi Langstrom and Leon Yoshin are nose-to-nose for 14th. Super Siggy and Whip 3 out 25 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Super Siggy is on a roll, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. Dale Earnhardt and Deplorably Apple are locked in a close fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrom is inching up to 14th place, just 1 spot behind. Adenut 44 is on a roll, climbing to 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Whip 3 out 25 is gaining ground, now in 17th place. Leon Yeshin is dropping back, now in 30th place after losing 13 positions. Sirp Gate is climbing to 4th place. Axton Hits has moved up to 15. Leon Yeshin is closing in on Marchikin Live, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Circumgate is in 4th place, driving a Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. The race seems pretty tight behind the top 3. Next in hits is driving a 28 Lada Priora. They're currently in the 16th place, so it looks like they're holding their own but not quite making waves. Lian Yashin just edged out Merchikan Live for 29th place. They're still neck and neck, so expect some fireworks soon. Merchikan Live is now in 29th place, climbing one spot. Lian Yashin and Merchikan Live are battling closely for 29th position. Rob Slizzle is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise or overtakes so far. Maya is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls a surprise. Scuderia Veloce is now in second place. Nukem Bochum has gained one spot and is now in 21st. GC Productions and Nukem Bochum are nose to tail for 21st. Two Ps and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for 22nd place. Bleach Mepsi just gained one spot and is now 24th. Signor Flip Flopona on 2020 and Bleach Mepsi are also battling for 24th, making it a crowded race for the back. Two Ps and Da Podcast is climbing to 22nd place. Signor Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 is also moving up to 24th. Looks like they're both making some progress. Ashinamritan is driving a 2007 Chevrolet Lacetti. They're currently in the 29th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of nearly 151.4. Zerkemingate is also moving up to third. Liam Yashin is closing in on Silent Fox 213, cutting the gap by over a second. Scuderia Veloce is climbing fast into second place. Merchikan Live is inching up to 29. Ashinaritan and Merchikan Live are nose to nose for 29. Zubrasigi is slicing through the field, closing in on Nuts by 7.6 seconds. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 13th place. Ashinaritan is making a move, now in 31st. Lian Yeshin just overtook Silent Fox 213 to take the 8th place. They are still close, but Lian seems to have the edge now. Hingham McCringleberry is driving a 2021 Mustang. They are currently in the 12th place and have a fastest lap time of 1:45.91. The race looks tight for them, just behind the leader but holding steady. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be feeling unstoppable now. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew those AI cars didn't stand a chance. Well done to Pippi Langstrom for snagging the fastest lap and claiming that sleek 2021 Ford Mustang Trans MNDU. And of course, I get to claim the same beauty for winning the bet race. Looks like we're both about to enjoy some pretty sweet rides. Alright folks, time is almost up, so make your decision quick, before the AI takes the wheel and leaves us all in the dust. Get those picks in now or forever. Hold your peace while the race begins. Hurry up! Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Ferrari F187 88C from Timborghini Tube is a classic, but it's also a bit of an old-timer compared to the Williams FW12. The Williams has a reputation for being a sleek, well-balanced car, which might give it an edge on Sonoma Indy's twists and turns. Though, if we're betting based on the cars alone, I'd say the Williams is the favorite. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, and I'm just here for the chaos. Let's see which one of these legendary machines can outrun the clock. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Sonoma Indy with Leanne Yashin on pole, driving that classic 1988 Lotus 100T. Looks like she's got the early lead, but anything can happen in this chaos. Buckle up! Leanne Yashin has taken an early lead. Shotskis is right behind in second, and Timborghini Tube is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. Hermit Media is climbing up to 9th place. Mahawk House and Hermit Media are nose to nose for that position. Smurf 20 is also making moves, now 11. Jimmy Chat advances to 13th place. Detoxins climbs to 15th place. Kakrish and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for 17th place. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 16th place. Screwjump and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for that same spot. Amy is advancing to 20th place. Hermit Media advances to 8th place. Rosaurus is closing in on DJ Magacat, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Catgirl TM climbs to 15th place. Kellanona is climbing to 21st place. Pippi Langstrump is making her way to 25th. Billy is advancing to 27. Looks like a small but steady push forward. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th place. Catgirl TM is also advancing, now in 14th place. Rosaurus and Catgirl TM are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Smurf20 is climbing to 11th place. Rosaurus is now 14th. Tyler is inching into 18th. Billy is climbing up to 27th place. Kingshoot 22 and Esichi Cross are nose to nose for 28th. Catgirl TM is driving in a GSJH 23. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be making some progress, having started much further back. Nihil Chaos is driving a Lotus 100T, same as the leader. They're currently in 10th place, so not quite in the hunt but not out of it either. Looks like a steady race so far. Shotskis is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap to just over a second. Smurf20 is hot on Nihil Chaos' tail, closing in by a little over a second and a half. Amy is trying to squeeze past Scroogechamp for the 19th spot. Looks like a close fight for that position. Who's going to make the move? Hammock Media is climbing up to 7th place. Nudes is now in 8th. Nihil Chaos has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. Katsumigo is really having a tough time falling back to 25th place. Hingle McCringleberry just moved up to 11th place. Chimagi Shat is also climbing, now 12th. Billy advances to 25th place. Seikiten, Ashangdi de Sekei. Kingshoot 22 climbs to 28th. The race is heating up. Lian Yashin is now in 1st place. Shotskis has moved into 2nd. Timborghini Tube is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Shotskis is holding a solid 2nd and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for the win. Detoxnitz is racing a Tyrrell 017, which is known for its balance and handling. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in 16th place and a couple of seconds behind the leaders. Scuderia Veloce is driving the Williams FW12, which is known for its balance and handling. They are currently in 4th place, staying competitive with the fastest lap, just a fraction behind the leader. Looks like a solid race so far. Congratulations, Leanne. Looks like all that racing practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, what a performance from Lian Yaixin. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove away with that one. And a special shout out for claiming the fastest lap. You definitely earned that shiny 1988 Lotus 100T. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Well done. Sure. The 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B was originally built for midget car racing and was known for its lightweight and nimble design. Fun fact is, it was so quick on the small tracks that some drivers called it the Little Rocket, even though it was mostly made of metal and not exactly tiny. It's like the David among Goliaths in the racing world. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Rondon 69, with that classic 1952, Kuzma Offie vs Theuncle Josho. In a slightly more modern 1963, Agachani and Watson. Car choice is definitely a factor, and the Watson has a bit more recent design, so it might have the edge in handling and speed. But don't count out the Kuzma Offie. Its old school charm might just surprise us with some unexpected agility. If I had to pick, I'd say the Agachani and Watson might take the win, just because newer designs often have a slight advantage, especially on a tricky track like Biker Nikki Ring of Skill. But hey, vintage racing is all about surprises, so anything could happen. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Biker Nikki Ring of Skill. On pole we've got Betsmar in a classic 1963, Agachani and Watson. Time to see if vintage style still beats modern tech. Betsmar has shot off the line to take the lead. Scuderia Veloce is holding strong in second place. Kingrut is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Kingrut is climbing up to second place. Epic Sugar is also gaining ground, now in third. Scuderia Veloce and Epic Sugar are neck and neck for that third spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 7th place. Dale Earnhardt and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Rumnin 69 and Smurf 20 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Rondon 69 just climbed one spot to 9th place. Game Show moved up to 13th. Daydream Keeper also gained one spot, now in 14th. Scuderia Veloce is now in third place. Oakswolf AE has moved into fourth. Smurf 20 and Rondon 69 are nose-to-nose for 9th place. The race is heating up. Smurf20 is climbing fast into 8th place. Diane Clay Show is making a move into 12th. Rai Nikki is inching into 17th. Diane Clay Show is climbing nicely to 11th place. Sage Day Cross is also making moves up to 15th place. The Dreamkeeper and Sagiti Cross are nose to tail for that 15th spot. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing to the 18th place. Hermit Media is now in 19th. New Kimbokum is sneaking into 20th. Looks like a little upward shuffle happening. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves to shake up the order soon. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing up to 17th place. Hermit Media has moved up to 19th place and is now battling closely with Tyler Drums 31 for that same spot. Kingroot is driving a 1963 Agachanian Watson, sitting comfortably in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, probably saving some juice for a late push. Maya just overtook Nuts to move into 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 15th. The battle for 13th is heating up, but Maya is holding her ground. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 5th place. Looks like Epic Sugar and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for that spot. Rondom 69 and Dale Earnhardt are also nose to nose for 9th. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Rondon 69 is now 9. Zaya Try. Imasikaiskayas had in MDG news. Didupta Cross has jumped 2 spots to 13. Nukenbakum is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Their race looks steady but not spectacular. Currently in 21st place with the best lap, just under 2 minutes 3 seconds. Congratulations to Betsmar on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well-deserved victory. Wow, Betsmar took the checkered flag. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Definitely some skilled AI racing right there. And congratulations to Scuderia Veloce for grabbing the fastest lap. ... You've earned yourself a 1957 Curtis Craft 500B, a classic IndyCars that's pretty much racing royalty. And T Cross, your knack for overtaking really paid off. You get to claim a 1958 Maserati 250F. That's a legendary car. And honestly, you totally earned it with all those daring moves. Great job to everyone. This race has been a real thrill to watch. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1985 Lancia Delta Sport Tour. It's got that perfect mix of rally roughness and power that seems like it would handle the twists and turns of the Old Bridge Raceway with more flair than the others. Plus, it's got that rally heritage that suggests it could handle a bit of chaos on the track. Just imagine it squealing through the corners while the others struggle to keep their grip. Oh, this is quite the throwback battle, isn't it? The MG Metro 6 R4 is a legendary rally car known for its power. But the Ford RS 200 has that modern, aggressive edge and great aerodynamics. Considering the layout and the car choices, I'd probably put my money on Amy in the Ford RS 200. It just seems to have the advantage in this kind of race, especially on a track like Old Bridge that favors agility and speed. But hey, it's all about those AI drivers, so anything can happen. Let's see if IA Rafael can surprise us with some vintage rally magic. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park. Drelitsko is starting on the pole in a classic 1982 Renault 5 Turbodot. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Cherogamasa is leading the race, followed closely by Drelitsko in second place. I am currently in third place, trying to keep up. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is driving a Toyota Celica from 1996. Tata. They're currently in 8th place trying to catch up. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Ingelma Kringleberry is driving a Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2, a classic rally legend. Looks like they're holding steady in the late 20s, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Hingham McCringleberry is driving a Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2. Their race looks pretty tight, sitting in 21st place and trying to catch up with the pack. The Group B cars are all about raw power and agility, but the track's tight corners and technical sections are testing their limits. The faster cars are making moves, but consistency seems key here. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a 1996 Toyota Celica. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves or mistakes so far. Unknown Tactus just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Madisberry and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 16th. Nadisberry is climbing up to 15th place. Mafiamavi is catching Caffeinated Car fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hellskank is gaining ground, and is now in 21st place. Zekia Cross and Hellskank are battling closely for the same spot. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the Peugeot 205T 16 Ego 2 drivers, as they're all in the top half. The more powerful cars are struggling to make up ground here. Amy is in 7th place with a 1984 Ford RS200. She's been consistently close to the top, but hasn't quite broken into the podium yet. Her fastest lap is 1:14.78, so she's holding her own. Deletsko is driving a Renault 5 Turbo, starting at the top and currently holding 2nd place. They've set the fastest lap so far at 1:13.861, so they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like a solid race for them so far. Ai Rafael is driving a 1985 MG Metro 6 R4. They're holding steady in 8th place, just ahead of the Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2 pack. Looks like a solid race so far. Scuderia Veloces Ferrari 288 GTO is currently in 17th place, just behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is a 1:14.231, so they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top spots. Wow, Przerogamersa, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, huge congratulations to Przerogamerdash. You really drove your way to the top. Well done on dominating the race. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a classic 1984 Ford RS 200. Nice choice. Looks like we've got some serious racing champions here today. Sure. A fun fact about the Long Beach track is that it's actually a street circuit, which means it's normally used for city traffic and events. Imagine turning your daily drive into a race. It's pretty wild how these talented drivers twist and turn through the city streets, making it a real challenge to keep that perfect racing line. Alright folks, you better make up your minds quickly or your favorite AI racer might miss out on the action. The clock is ticking down, so get those picks in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Cooper T43 from 1958 is known for being lightweight and nimble, perfect for those tight corners at Long Beach. On the other hand, the Maserati 250 from 1957 is a racing legend with a powerful engine and a smooth handling reputation. If it's a straight-up race relying heavily on raw speed, I might lean toward the Maserati being the better shot. But if the track is about finesse and quick turns, Husky Hog's Cooper could surprise us all. Honestly, I'd probably put my chips on the Maserati, but who knows? These AI drivers love to throw curveballs when you least expect it. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Long Beach and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 is starting on pole in a classic 1955 Gordini T32. This is going to be interesting. Look up! Jamaster the Gamer 9000 has shot off the line into the lead. Cherofik Kitten is holding second place, trying to keep up. Lian Yashin is in third, just waiting for a mistake to make a move. Cherofik has just snatched the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Lian and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Maya is climbing up to fourth, showing some serious determination. Mr. Roche is on the move, climbing to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is storming through the field to 9th. Iswatingyo is making a charge, now in 12th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 4th. Vagrantenchanter has moved into 5th. The race is heating up. Vagrantenchanter is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Husky Hawk has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 spot. Dave Factor has made a bigger jump, now in 11th place, moving up 2 spots. Amy and Skozer Oldzas are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Dude Smokey a Blunt is chopping down the distance to SGT Cross by a full second. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Lian Yashin, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Mr. Roche and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight battle for 6th. Pippi Langstrom is having a rough time, dropping back to 10th place. Jamaster the Gamer 9000 is closing in on Liam fast, cutting the gap by 6.7 seconds. Vagrantenchanter is climbing up to 3rd place, leaving some behind. D-Factor is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, grabbing 9th after 3 quick passes. Skozer Ops is not far behind, moving into 10th with a similar surge. The top 10 is shaping up nicely. Apex Milkbag is storming through the field. now in first place after overtaking 12 cars. Jamasta Tigama 9000 is climbing fast, now in 16th after overtaking 3. Lian Yashin and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for the top spot. Lian Yashin is now in first place. Cherofa Kitten has moved up to second. Dale Earnhardt climbs to third. The race is heating up. Dale Earnhardt is chipping away at Cherofa Kitten's lead, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Dave Factor is climbing one spot to 8th place. Amy is also moving up one spot, now in 9th. Nuts is charging through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mr. Roche is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Dave Factor is also making progress, moving up to 6th. Dude Smokey a Blunt is climbing up to 9th place. Tildaria Valois and Pippi Langstrom are both inching closer to the top, now in 15th and 16th. Saget Cross is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 13 cars. Leon is closing in fast, now in second after overtaking 8. Scuderia Veloz is making moves, now in 12th after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is on the move, now in 5th place after 3 quick overtakes. Husky Hawk is right behind her, also climbing up 3 spots to 6. Nuts is making a charge, moving up 3 positions to 8. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Gamasta Tigama 9000 is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is now in 3rd place, making a solid move up the field. Hirsa Kingyo is gaining ground on Amy, closing the gap by a full 1.2 seconds. Lian Yashin is climbing to 9th place. Dale Earnhardt is now in 10th. Skoza Robs is knocking on the door of the top 10 in 11th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Liam just overtook someone to climb into 12th. Vagrant Enchanter is making a move to 16th. Amy is still chasing down Mr. Roche, closing the gap but not quite there yet. Wow, Cherofa Kitten, you really sped past everyone. Looks like your coffee-fueled engine paid off. Congrats on the big win. Wow, Cherokee Kitten, you really snatched the victory. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You earned it after all that skill and speed. And a big shout out to Lian Yoshin for grabbing the fastest lap. That means she really pushed the limits and claimed a beautiful 1950 Ferrari 375 F11. Well done. Plus Amy for doing the most overtakes. You really got those cars weaving through traffic. You also get to claim a 1950 Ferrari 375 F1. That's quite a prize for some aggressive driving. Great race, everyone. I hope you're all ready for the next round of automotive chaos. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before the racers hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite. Alright, so we've got Ebony Shadow in a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4 and Dale Earnhardt in a 2015 Nissan R70Z Nismo GT4. Both solid choices, but the Mustang's got that muscle car vibe, which might give it an edge in straight-line speed and aggressive handling. The Nissan's known for its balance and nimbleness, making it a tricky opponent on a twisty track like Grand Valley Speedway. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Ebony Shadow just because the Mustang's raw power could dominate the straights, letting it pull ahead before the sharper turns. But don't count out Dale. The Nissan Nismo is no slouch and could cause some surprises if it handles the curves with finesse. Though I'd say Ebony Shadow's car has a slight advantage, but this race is going to be close enough to make for some good entertainment. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grand Valley Speedway, and leading the pack is Lian Yashin in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. She's sitting comfortably in first place, ready to hold that position or maybe surprise us all. Lian Yashin is leading the race right now. Zeke Cross is right behind in second place. Gliding Penguin is holding on to the third spot. The pack is already starting to shuffle. Gliding Penguin just overtook someone to climb into second place. The race for first between Gliding Penguin and Lian Yashin is heating up. Nudes and Zeke Cross are locked in a close fight for third. This is getting interesting. Gliding Penguin has taken the lead, claiming first place. Nudes has moved up to third, just behind the top two. Jax in the Box is now in fourth, making a nice climb. Zeke Cross is climbing up to fourth place. Amy is making her way to 13th. Two Payzenda podcast is narrowing the gap with Deplorably by 1.3 seconds. Maya just overtook one car and is now in 15th place. Two Peas in the Podcast and Maya are still neck and neck for 15th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 18th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is climbing up to 15th place. Maricus is right behind in 18th. Pippi Langstrom and Maricus are neck and neck for that 18th spot. Scuderia Veloce is currently in 7th place with a Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Safety Cross and Nuts are neck and neck for 3rd place. Yaki Ramen and Toucan's Flora are fighting hard for 10th. Deplorably Apple and Amy are locked in a close scrap for 13th. Safety Cross is now in 3rd place, closing in on the leaders. Yaki Ramen has climbed to 10th, inching closer to the top 10. Deplorable Apple has moved up to 13th, still making progress. Yaxinda Box is driving a 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. They are currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but the race is still wide open. Dale Earnhardt is driving a 2015 Nissan 370Z Nismo GT. Or, looks like he's stuck in the back with a long way to go. Probably just trying to stay out of trouble. The GT4 class is keeping the field pretty tight with a mix of older and newer models. Grind Valley Speedway's sharp turns and high-speed sections are probably favoring drivers with better handling and consistency. Not much room for error here. Wow, Gliding Penguin, you really soared to the top. Nice job winning the race! Wow, what a fantastic win for Gliding Penguin. Congratulations on taking the top spot. It's always impressive to see such skill and strategy in action. Well deserved. Sure thing. Did you know that GT3 racing cars are designed to be a perfect balance of speed and affordability? That means teams can get pretty creative with modifications without breaking the bank. It's like the sports car version of dress casual but still look good. Fast, flashy, but not totally out of reach for most racing enthusiasts. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your choices now before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Get in there and pick your favorite before the timer runs out. Alright, so we've got Cloudy in a 2015 SCG 003C and Amian in a 2016 BMW M6 GT3 Racing on Nonstop. Both cars are pretty amazing, but their strengths are quite different. The SCG 003C is known for its lightweight and agility, making it a real contender on twisty tracks. The BMW M6 GT3, on the other hand, is a powerhouse with serious straight-line speed and endurance. Given Nonstop has a mixture of fast straights and technical corners, I'd say it might come down to driver skill and how well each car handles the curves. But if I had to pick a favorite based on the cars alone, I'd give a slight edge to the SCG 003C for its nimbleness around here. Still, don't count out the BMW's raw power. It could surprise us and pull ahead on the straights. Get ready for some exciting racing. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Nonstop. Leading the pack is CGT Cross in a classic 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. Let's see if those old school wheels can hold on to that first place. Nuts. Just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take the fourth place. They are now nose to tail fighting for that spot. Ishta Husky and I are still locked in a close duel for 7. No one's giving an inch just yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Ishta Husky and I are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy and Scuderia Veloce are neck and neck for 10th. Cloudy and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Nuts and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 5th place. Cloudy is sneaking into 8th, inching closer to the pack. Nuts just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are still battling closely for that 5th spot. Amy has advanced to 8th place, closing in on the pack. Dale Earnhardt and Nuts are nose to nose for 5th place. Amy is climbing to 7th. Cloudy is also moving up, now 8th. Maya just sliced through the field to take the lead. Tegaya, a neck and neck. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Dale Earnhardt and Hingle McCringleberry are trading paint for 5th place. Ishta Husky is storming ahead to take the lead. Hippie Limestrom is closing in fast, overtaking a dozen cars to reach 2nd. Anxiety. Hitchin Tamano the Nadanizari Uadayadi. Yiging Line Hout. Sagi. Arajin Teftanis. Lian Yashin is making a move, now in 10th place. Telescope Bine is right behind, climbing up to 11th. Gaming Tophi Cancer's also on the rise, now 12th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Dale Earnhardt is climbing to 4th place. Cloudy is moving up to 7th. Telescope Bine is now in 10th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Inge Kringleberry is gaining on Dale Earnhardt and closing the gap by 4 seconds. They are now fighting for 4th place. Meanwhile, Scuderia Veloce and Nuts are also locked in a close battle for 8th place. Lian Yeshin is on a tier, overtaking 11 cars to grab the lead. Siegfried Cross and Lian are now nose-to-nose for the top spot. Meanwhile, the Lescope and Nuts are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Siegfried Cross is leading in a 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. The car is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Looks like they're maintaining a solid pace at the front. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 3rd place after overtaking 11 cars. Fish the Husky is right behind, also making a move through the field. Inge Kringleberry is making a bold move, now in 4th place. Amy is right behind, climbing up to 5th. Cloudy is also on the rise, now in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy just took a spot from someone else and is now in 4th place. Telescope and Scuderia Veloce are nose-to-nose for 7th. Gumming Toe Fight Cancer is climbing up to 10th. Hippie Langstrom's Dodge Viper SRT GTR 3 is way behind the pack with a lap time of over 2 minutes. Looks like they're struggling to keep up, or maybe just taking it easy. Cheryl Ruiz is just snuck into the lead, pushing SGT Cross down a spot. They're now neck and neck for the top position. Over in the midfield, Scuderia Veloce and Cloudy are also trading paint for 6th place. Congratulations to SCT Cross for winning the race. Looks like someone was just too fast to catch. Well done. Wow! SGT Cross really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned it. Now for Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a shiny 2016 BMW M6 GT. That's quite the prize. Hope you enjoy all the virtual speed and style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Jerry's GP has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate the curves smoothly would be my top priority. Speed is great, but if a car can't handle the twists and turns efficiently, it's going to lose valuable time. So, precision and agility are what I'd be looking for in the perfect car for this race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Wow! These are some legendary rides for an AI race. The Lamborghini Miura P400 SP is a classic, known for its sleek design and impressive speed back in the day. On the other hand, the Bizzarrini 5300 GT Strata is no slouch either. It's a beast with a lot of racing pedigree. Considering the course at Jerez GP, which favors agility and handling, I'd probably lean towards SKT Cross and the Lamborghini. Its mid-engine layout and sharp handling could give it an edge on those twisty sections. But don't count out Dale Earnhardt's Bizzarrini. It's got a raw power advantage that might pay off on the straights. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd say SGT Cross's Lamborghini might just squeeze ahead. But honestly, it's going to be a close race and a fun one to watch. Alright folks, Maya's on pole in the 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 S4, a true classic from the 60s. Can't wait to see how this vintage beauty handles Jerez curves against those modern supercars. Let's go! Maya is leading the race right now, followed closely by Pani 3 in second place, and the Foz 84 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Tyler Drums 31 and Ruki Miriki are nose to tail for fourth place. Ingel McCringleberry is climbing up to take 6. Gemaster Tamer and Tintin Atia are locked in a fierce fight for 7. Ingel McCringleberry is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Gemaster Tagamma 9000 has moved up to 7th place, also gaining 1 spot. Scuderia Veloce has made a 2-position jump into 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 5th place. Ingel McCringleberry and Tyler Drums 31 are nose-to-nose for 4th. Gemaster Tamer 9000 is inching into 6th. Scuderia Veloce is now 7th place. Rukimiriki is right behind, both battling for that spot. JJ Cross has climbed to 19th. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 12th place. Neotexum and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that spot. Cross is gaining ground to reach 17th place. Zassier Reichkreis Cross and Amy are locked in a close fight for that position. Maya is battling to climb back up after dropping to 21st. Pani 3 is leading the race at the moment. The VOTS 84 is hot on Pani 3's tail, moving up to second place. Maya is slicing through the field, now in first place. Nexa Romava is climbing fast, now in 10th. Zexte Cross is making moves up to 13th. Looks like the chaos is just starting. Ruki Mariki is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. G-Master Tagamer 9000 just overtook someone to take 5th place. The battle for 4th between G-Master Tagamer 9000 and the VOTS 84 is heating up. Ebony Shadow is climbing to 8th place. Master Taber 9000 is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is in 11th place, moving up 1 spot. Nectar Romaval is in 13th place, also moving up 1 spot. Maya is dropping back to 9th place. Pani 3 is now in 1st. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd. Maya is on a roll, now leading the race after overtaking 8 cars. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing fast, now in 4th after passing 3. Ruki Miriki is also making moves, now in 5th with 3 cars overtaken. Scuderia Veloz is making a bold move up to 5th place. Ebony Shadow is right behind in 6th, and the VOTS 84 is closing in on 7th. Looks like a tight battle for those middle positions. Scuderia Veloz is inching closer to G-Master Tagamer 9000, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Team Tanatea is making a move on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing in by 4 seconds. Amy is climbing 2 spots, now in the middle of the pack at 14. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Pani 3 with a 1.3 second gap. Tyler Drums 31 has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Bobardo has gained 2 spots and is now in 14th. Violetta Mama is gaining ground on Neo Texum, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 18th place. Nutz is now in 19th, making a move. Wow, Maya! Looks like you've just proven you're the fastest on the track. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya. You totally crushed it out there. That was a fantastic race and you definitely earned that win. Well done. Now, for those special rewards, here's the scoop. Maya earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim the gorgeous 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. That's a vintage beauty for sure. Say Kate Cross, you took home the victory in the bet race. Great job. You also get the same classic Lamborghini, a real collector's item. And Amy, with all those overtakes, you've earned yourself a spot to claim the same vintage Lamborghini too. Looks like the beautiful cars are going to some very deserving drivers today. Well played, everyone. The 2022 Aston Martin AMR 22 is actually a Formula One car and not a road car, but here's a fun fact. It's designed to be incredibly aerodynamic to cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, which means it's basically a flying saucer on wheels. Plus, it's packed with so much tech that the driver probably feels like they're piloting a spaceship rather than a race car. Alright, we've got NR Savage speeding around in a sleek Ferrari F175, and Betsmar in an Alpine, a 522. Both are solid choices, but the Ferrari probably has a bit more raw speed and agility, especially on a dirt track where a lighter, more aerodynamic car can really shine. The Alpine's a good car, but I'd give the edge to the Ferrari for this one. Still, racing unpredictable AI means surprises are definitely on the table. I'll go with NR Savage taking the win, but don't be surprised if Betsmar throws in a surprise move. Alright folks, the race is underway at Bristol Motor Speedway dirt track, and leading the pack is Bilthy Old Guy in the pole position. He's zooming off in a 2022 McLaren MCL36. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead on this crazy dirt surface. NR Savage has shot off the line to take the lead, followed closely by Elicitone 1095 in second place. Betsmar is holding on to third, but already under pressure from the pack. Arwin Storm and Mr. Roche are nose to tail for 6th place. Lian Yashin is climbing to 9th. Frank Werty is inching into 13th. NR Savage is climbing up to 14th place. Pippi Langstrup and I are nose to nose for 21st. Hingle McCringleberry and Sech T. Cross are locked in a fierce fight for 24th. Elicitone 1095 is just holding off NR Savage by a hair for 14th place. Amy and Stephen Brinkley are still neck and neck for 18th. Gabitha Minimac and Pippi Langstrup are fighting hard for 22nd. Frank Werty and Akinone are nose to tail for 11th place. 2 Gonnet DTV and Elicitone 1095 are also locked in a fierce scrap for 15th. Akinone and Byler are neck and neck for 10th place. Stephen Brinkley and Betsma are fighting hard for 17th. And Amy is battling Stephen Brinkley for 18th. Tranquility and Akanon are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Sand Air Savage and Detoxins are battling it out for 13th. Pippi Langstrom and I are neck and neck for 21st. Stephen Brinkley just made a move on Amy for 18th place. Baycorn is trying to find a way past me for 20th. Gabby the Minimac and Pippi are still nose to tail for 22nd. Stephen Brinkley is trying to hold off Amy for the 18th spot. Gabby the Minimac just gained one position and is now in 22nd. Pippi Langstrom and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for 22nd. Gabby the Minimac just gained one spot and is now in 21st place. Maya and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for that spot. Pippi Langstrom and Maya are also close behind, fighting for 22nd. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy just overtook Baycorn for 19th place. Gabby the Minimac is trying to hold off Baycorn for 20th. The battle for 18th is heating up between Amy and Stephen Brinkley. Newts and Dale Earnhardt are nose to nose for 3rd place. Baycorn and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 19th. Gabby the Minimac and Baycorn are battling it out for 20th. Maya and Gabby the Minimac are nose to tail for the 21st spot. Inga McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are also locked in a close fight for 24th. Cross and Maya are nose to tail for 22nd place. Pippi Langstrom and Nesegiti Cross are also fighting for 23rd. Ingo McCringleberry and Pippi are battling for 24th. Looks like a cluster of close racing in the lower ranks. Tyler is driving a blue and white Alpine, a 522. They're currently in the 26th position just behind the leaders. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Dale Earnhardt is climbing up to 2nd place. Deluxe Combo and Nuts are nose to nose for 4th. Tyler and Ingo McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 25th. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 4th place. Leanne Yashin and Daisy Shanes are locked in a close fight for 8th. Tyler and Ingo McCringleberry are battling it out for 25th. The dirt track is definitely shaking things up, making overtakes more daring, and reducing the gap between the front runners. Well, look at that. Filthy old guy just proved age is just a number, and won the race. Congratulations on showing everyone how it's done. Wow, Filthy old guy took the win. Congrats on that well-earned victory. Looks like you really showed those virtual racers who's boss. And for Lian Yashin, great job on the most overtakes. You can claim that shiny 2022 Mercedes W13. Sounds like a pretty sweet ride to add to your collection. Keep those skills sharp, everyone. Sure thing. The 2009 Renault R29 was actually known for its unique nose design, which looked like it was inspired by a duck's beak. It kind of gave the car a quirky character on the track. Plus, it was driven by Fernando Alonso when Renault was trying to make a comeback after a few tricky seasons. Not the fastest of the pack, but definitely memorable for its unusual look. Alright, so we've got Hingle McCringleberry in the Toro Rosso STR4, and Sumboard in the Toyota TF109. Both are 29 models, so it's really a matter of how well these cars handle on the Hockenheimring. The Toro Rosso has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and lightweight, which could give it an edge on those tight corners. The Toyota, on the other hand, was known for its solid balanced performance, and maybe a bit more straight-line speed. If I had to put my chips on one, I'd say the Toro Rosso might have the slight advantage. It tends to excel in agility, which is key on that track with all the twists and turns. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Maybe the Toyota surprises us with some unexpected speed. So, I'm calling it for Hingle McCringleberry to take the win. But don't be surprised if some board boy makes a sneaky move late in the race. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Hockenheimring, and leading the pack is Alex Hasnobrin in a 2009 Red Bull RB5. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole or if the others will catch up. Unclearly Gaming is leading the race right now. Alex Hasnobrin is in second place, trying to keep up. Osksarat is holding steady in third, but don't count out the chaos just yet. Maya is making a move, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dale Earnhardt is also on the rise, passing 5 cars to reach 7th. Scuderia Veloci is storming through the pack, overtaking 6 cars to land in 10th. Wangatang 7272 is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is making a move too, now in 23rd after passing 3 cars. Hippie Langstrom is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 7th. Scuderia Veloce advances to 9th place. Mina Meistaetler 21 and Skix's Biopri are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Cloud Surfer 69 climbs to 16th. Simplamakas and Unclearly Gaming are nose to tail for 3rd place. Aerotech is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Lian Yeshin and Axton Hids are locked in a close fight for 19th. The F1 2009 cars at Hockenheimring seem to be creating a tight race, with no clear dominant driver yet. The track's high-speed corners are favoring the Red Bulls and BMWs, but the Ferrari and McLaren are hanging in there. Overall, the car class and track combo are keeping the field very competitive. Meister 21 is really having a tough time, dropping 10 places to 25. Unclearly Gaming is climbing steadily up to second place. Dale Earnhardt is gaining on Pippi Langström and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Oskserod is currently in 4th place, driving a Renault R29. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wanga Tang 7 272 just climbed 2 spots to 11th place. Akinoni and Wanga Tang 7 272 are nose-to-nose for 11th. Hinga McCringleberry is gaining 1 spot to 18th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Nuts and Maya are nose-to-nose for that spot. Pippi Langström and Nuts are also battling for 6th. Things are heating up. Axton Hits is on a roll, climbing to 16. Puozzo is also making moves, getting to 19. Cloud Surfer 69 is dropping back to 24. Looks like a rough patch. Puozzo and Lien Yoishin are neck and neck for 18th place. JJTA Cross and Amy are locked in a close fight for 21st. Hingo McCringleberry just sneaked up 1 spot to 24th. Belfang the Beast is really closing the gap on SCT Cross. Now just a few seconds behind. Nina Meister at 21 is climbing steadily, now in 25th place. Wangdak 7 272 is driving the Braun BGP 001, starting way back in 22nd position. They're currently in 12th, so they've gained some ground but still have a long way to go. Their fastest lap is a sluggish one, 28.335. So they're not exactly setting the track on fire. Wow, Alex has no brain winning the race? Guess brains aren't everything after all. Congrats on the victory. Wow. Alex Has No Brain really just showed us all how it's done. Congratulations on your victory, you clearly have some secret racing skills hidden up your sleeve. Well deserved. Alright everyone. It looks like we need to hit pause for just a few minutes while we do some quick stream maintenance. Sit tight. Grab a snack or take this moment to stretch your legs. We'll be back before